Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku trained in Shadow Realm with Scáthach and fell for her, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is de la Oscuridad a la Luz by Valkyris_Prime. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. For as long as he could remember, Izuku Midoriya dreamed of being a hero. His notebook was filled with sketches, strategies, and detailed analyses of the heroes he admired. But most of all, he dreamed of being like All Might, the symbol of peace, the hero who always smiled no matter how bleak the circumstances. However, the world wasn't kind to dreamers. Born without a quirk into a society that valued power above all else, Izuku learned from a young age what it meant to be insignificant. The teasing of his peers, the pitying sighs of adults, even his mother's overprotectiveness, it was all a constant reminder that he was different, and not in any special way. Despite everything, he never stopped believing. You can always be a hero if you try hard enough, he told himself. That hope, however faint, kept him going. But then came the day that changed everything. The day his hero's words destroyed him. He stood on the rooftop of the building where he had saved Bakugo from that slimy villain. His knees were shaking as All Might stood before him. Izuku had mustered all his courage to ask him what he wanted to know most. Can I be a hero, even without a quirk? The wind blew between them, an awkward silence that only amplified her heartbeat. For a moment, she thought All Might would respond with something encouraging, a spark of hope. But what she received was a blow more devastating than any fist. Sorry, but you can't be a hero without a quirk. Izuku felt the air leave his lungs. All Might didn't say it cruelly. He said it with disarming honesty, as if he wanted to protect him from a reality he couldn't change. But those words were a verdict. A death sentence for his dreams. That night, Izuku wandered aimlessly through the city. The screams and laughter of the patrolling heroes couldn't reach him. In his mind, All Might's words echoed over and over again, a cruel echo that made it hard to breathe. When she reached her room, she saw the notebooks she had filled with so much love. Each page was a reminder of her naivete. Without thinking twice, she began to tear them out one by one, her hands shaking as she destroyed what had once been her greatest treasure. Maybe I don't have to carry this anymore. That dark thought crept into his mind. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't keep living like this either. If the world didn't have a place for someone like him, then why keep trying? The rooftop of the building was cold and silent. Izuku stood at the edge, looking out over the city he loved so much. Each light was a hero in action, a person with a gift that made the world a better place. And he was just a spectator. I'm sorry, Mom, she whispered, a tear rolling down her cheek. She closed her eyes and took a step into space. The air hit his face, every second feeling like an eternity. Izuku hoped it would be quick, that the pain would disappear with him. But something happened. Instead of the hardness of the pavement, he felt as if the entire world were crumbling around him. An unnatural cold enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the city. Darkness surrounded him. The ground beneath his feet felt like liquid, and a thick fog filled the air. In the distance, he heard a deep growl, a sound that made his skin crawl. Where am I? He murmured, his voice trembling. Before he could understand what was happening, the shadows began to move. Red eyes glowed in the distance, and the growling grew louder. A pack of creatures, made of shadows and teeth, began to surround him. His legs wouldn't respond, fear paralyzing him. Then, a purple light pierced the fog, and with it, a presence that made even the beasts retreat. A female figure emerged from the shadows, her spear glowing with an almost divine intensity. A human? The voice was firm, with a hint of disbelief. How did you get here? This place is not for the living. Izuku looked up, and for a moment, he felt small, even more so than usual. In front of him stood Scáthach, the queen of the Shadow Realm. And his life, which he thought was over, was about to change forever. The Shadow Realm was eternal and empty, a place where light could not exist, and time was little more than a vague shadow. The queen of this place, Scáthach, looked down upon her prison from her throne. Millennia had passed, and she was still there. Alive, immortal, invincible. The spear resting at her side was a reminder of everything she had been and everything she had done. With her hands, she had slain gods and demons, monsters whose forms defied imagination, horrors born from humans' worst nightmares. No enemy had been a match for her, not even the most powerful. But what tormented her most were not the corpses of gods at her feet, but the memories of a child. 70. The only disciple she accepted, a boy whose determination and ferocity matched that of the gods she had defeated. She had seen in him a reflection of herself, and for a moment, she believed he would be the one to finally free her from her immortality. She trained Setanta in the hope that his spear would rise against her and end her existence. But fate was cruel. Setanta, who became Siyu Chilane, died not at Scáthach's hands, but at the hands of others. Her death marked another chapter of endless loneliness in the queen's life. Fate always mocks me, he thought, his eyes fixed on the perpetual fog that surrounded his castle. The world had confined her there, fearful of her power. She was too strong, too dangerous. The beasts that writhed in the shadows were her only company, creatures trapped alongside her so humanity could sleep soundly. Scáthach, the invincible warrior, had been turned into a jailer, a guardian of horrors. The silence of the Shadow Kingdom was deafening, interrupted only by the sighs of the chained beasts. The queen sat on her throne, resigned to her fate. There was no purpose, no end. But then he felt it. He was a weak, insignificant presence, barely a glimmer compared to the creatures that inhabited his domain. But what made him different was his humanity. A human. He rose from his throne with almost supernatural grace, his spear glowing dimly at his side. Never, in all the centuries he had spent in his prison, had a human been able to enter. The magic of the Shadow Realm wouldn't allow it. This place wasn't for the living. How? He murmured, his scarlet eyes scanning the shadows. His normally calm voice carried a tinge of disbelief. Then he saw it. A young man, barely more than a boy, knelt on the dark ground. His body trembled, and his gaze was empty, as if he had already lost everything. He wore no weapons, no armor, not even a spark of strength within him. And yet, he had arrived here. Scáthach took a step toward him, her footsteps echoing in the darkness. The beasts approaching the young man stopped in their tracks when they sensed his presence. The queen raised a hand, and the creatures obediently backed away. He stopped in front of the boy and looked at him carefully. He didn't look like a warrior, a magician, or a hero. His clothes were simple, and his face was marked by dried tears. A human, she whispered, her lips forming a slight grimace of curiosity. He was weak, that was clear. But there was something about him, something she couldn't ignore. Raise your head, he said firmly. The boy was slow to react, as if her words had taken time to pierce the veil of despair that enveloped him. When he finally looked up, his green eyes met the queen's. They were eyes filled with pain, emptiness, but also something else. A spark, faint but present. Scáthach looked at him silently for a few moments before speaking again. You've fallen into a place where you don't belong. A realm not for the living. Tell me, child, how did you get here? The young man didn't respond immediately. His lips moved, but made no sound. Finally, he whispered. No, I know. I just wanted to disappear. Scáthach narrowed her eyes, the truth of his words hitting her like a distant echo. What stood before her wasn't just a lost human, but one who had fallen so far that death itself had rejected him. A thought crossed his mind, one he hadn't had in centuries. Why had fate brought him here? Was this child a sign? The Queen of Shadows took a step back, her expression becoming more stern. Very well. If the world has thrown you here, then you are no different from the beasts I incarnate. But I'll tell you something, child, no one who enters this realm returns the same. He turned, his back to her, as his words filled the air with authority. If you want to live, I'll make you an offer. You will learn to fight, to face the pain, and to become something more. But it won't be easy. And if you fail, the beasts will have no mercy on you. The boy stared at her, as if trying to understand what she was offering. A part of him still wanted to give up, but another part, the same one that had kept him dreaming for years, compelled him to respond. Why? Would you help me? Scáthach smiled faintly, a sad smile full of mystery. Maybe because you'll help me too. Inko Midoriya knew the world could be cruel. From the moment the doctor gave them the diagnosis when Izuku was barely 4 years old, a part of her heart broke. The doctor's words had been cold, almost mechanical, but the weight they carried was crushing. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but your son doesn't have a quirk." Izuku was too young to fully understand what that meant at the time, but the tears came quickly when the other kids started teasing him. His world, so full of heroes and dreams, crumbled before he could even build it. That night, when she found him watching the same All Might video over and over again, his small eyes brimming with tears, all she could do was hug him. Hug him and apologize. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she whispered between sobs. "I'm sorry I didn't give you a quirk." Guilt was a constant weight on her chest, a silent reminder that while she couldn't control genetics, she felt it had failed her. And as if fate wanted to tease them even more, her husband abandoned them shortly after. Without a word, without an explanation. He just walked away, leaving Inko as Izuku's only pillar of support. But she stayed strong. She did it for her son. The years passed, but the emotional scars didn't fade. Izuku tried so hard, harder than any kid with a quirk, but the world wouldn't let him go. The teasing at school, the pitying looks, the whispered comments behind his back, each one was a reminder of how different he was. And then there was yesterday. Inko had learned to read her son's emotions better than anyone. She knew when he was sad, even when he tried to hide it behind a smile. But yesterday was different. His eyes were empty, as if the spark that made him Izuku had gone out. When he got home from school, he barely ate. He locked himself in his room and stayed there for hours. Inko waited, hoping he would come out, hoping he would seek comfort like he had when he was younger. When she finally entered his room, she found her son sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. She didn't need words to understand. She hugged him tightly, just like she had the day he'd been diagnosed as quirkless. And, just like then, Izuku cried. "Mom. I'm so sorry." Inko didn't know how to respond. She could only cling to him, murmuring comforting words that barely contained her own fear. When she finally fell asleep, she promised herself the next day would be better. He just needs time, she thought. She'd always found a way to get up, to keep going, to pursue her dreams, even when the world seemed determined to crush him. But when the sun came up, his world shattered. She entered his room to wake him up, a smile on her face, ready to face a new day with him. But the bed was empty. "Izuku." Her voice trembled as she searched the room. Then he saw the note on the desk. Her hands trembled as she took the paper. She could barely read the words through the tears that immediately began to fall. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm not the son you deserve. Forgive me for everything." The paper fell to the floor as Inko collapsed to her knees. "Izuku," she screamed, her voice filled with desperation. She ran through the apartment, searching every corner for him, praying the note didn't mean what she feared. But he was nowhere to be seen. The front door was slightly ajar, and the emptiness in her heart expanded as she realized she didn't know where he'd gone. The clock ticked slowly as Inko called the police, questioned neighbors, and even ran through the streets, searching for any sign of her son. But every minute that passed without news was like a dagger in her chest. He clung to a fragile hope, telling himself that maybe he just needed time to be alone, that he would come back. But deep down, fear consumed her. And with each passing hour, that hope crumbled a little more. Izuku walked behind Scáthach, struggling to keep up as his legs trembled, exhausted by both fear and the strange atmosphere of the Shadow Realm. The landscape around him was a mix of emptiness and danger. Dark fog that moved as if it had a life of its own, shadows that seemed to watch from afar, and a constant chill that pierced his bones. In front of him, Scáthach walked with inhuman elegance, her figure radiating an aura that made even the most daring beasts retreat. She hadn't said anything since he accepted her offer, but her mere presence intimidated and fascinated him at the same time. Finally, unable to bear the silence, Izuku spoke. "Thank you for saving me." Scáthach didn't stop or turn her head, but her voice rang clearly in the gloom. "I didn't do it for you. Saving you was an accident. But if you survive what's coming, maybe you'll prove to me it wasn't a mistake." Izuku swallowed, but he wasn't intimidated. He knew he had to prove himself, even if he didn't fully understand how. I don't know how I got here. I just wanted to disappear." Scáthach stopped in her tracks for a moment, long enough for Izuku to almost bump into her. She turned slightly, her gaze fixed on him. That's obvious. No one comes here of their own free will, much less a human. But you didn't disappear. Instead, you arrived in the Shadow Realm. That must mean something. Izuku looked down, his fists clenching tightly as he remembered everything that had happened. All Might, he said I couldn't be a hero. That I couldn't do it without a quirk. Her voice trembled as she spoke the words, as if it still pained her to repeat them. He was my hero, all I wanted was to be like him. But after what he said, I couldn't take it anymore. Scáthach watched him silently, her scarlet eyes shining with an intensity that made Izuku feel as if she could see right through him. Finally, she spoke, her tone firm but not cruel. A child with dreams crushed by someone who should have been his role model. How ironic. Izuku looked up, surprised by the note of disapproval in her voice. Do you understand? He asked, his voice full of hope. Scáthach didn't respond immediately. Instead, she started walking again, her spear glowing dimly as she moved toward the imposing castle that loomed in the distance. Izuku followed her, eager to hear what she had to say. I'm not a sentimental person, child. I have no patience for weakness. But even I know that crushing someone's dreams isn't the same as molding them. She turned her head slightly toward him, her gaze intense. I crush my disciples with training, not empty words. If your dreams are strong enough, they will survive. If not, well, then the Shadow Realm will claim you. Izuku couldn't help but feel a strange comfort in her words. There was no pity in her tone, but there was no cruelty either. It was fair. You had dreams too? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. For the first time since she'd met him, Scáthach seemed to hesitate, if only for a second. Her eyes fell on the castle, her prison, her home. Yes, I had them. But this place, this destiny, made them unattainable. Izuku noticed a tinge of sadness in her voice, a weight he hadn't expected from someone as strong as her. But before he could ask further questions, Scáthach stopped in front of the castle's massive gates. With a wave of her hand, they slowly opened, revealing an interior that seemed vaster than the outside. Come. His tone regained its usual authority. If you're going to stay here, you won't have time to grieve. Your training begins now. Izuku looked inside the castle, feeling a mixture of fear and determination. Behind him was the Shadow Realm, filled with creatures that would devour him without hesitation. In front of him was Scáthach, a master whose strength and presence seemed unattainable. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Izuku walked slowly behind Scáthach's towering figure, still processing what was happening. His mind was torn between fear, confusion, and a strange relief at not having felt the impact of the ground. The heavy air of the Shadow Realm made it difficult to breathe, but Scáthach's steady voice kept him alert, like a light in a dark storm. Finally, the queen stopped and turned to face him. Her presence was almost overwhelming, her scarlet eyes seeming to look beyond his flesh and bones, seeing directly into his soul. Now that you're here, child, it's time to know who I'm dealing with. The spear in his hand seemed to glow faintly, as if responding to his will. Izuku gulped and took a step forward. His legs were shaking, not from exhaustion, but from the pressure of standing in front of someone so overwhelming. Still, he forced himself to speak, his voice hesitant but determined. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Was a quirkless boy. The world crushed me over and over again, and, he paused, closing his eyes as he struggled with the words. And I decided to end my life. The words hung in the air, a sad echo that seemed to resonate in the vast darkness of the Shadow Realm. Scáthach said nothing at first, her face neutral, as if she were evaluating every word the boy said. Finally, he spoke. Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy who believed death was his only way out. His tone wasn't cruel, but it wasn't laced with pity either. It was direct, as if he were stating a fact. Curious. Your weakness brought you to a place even gods fear to tread. Izuku looked up, confused. Gods, he murmured, his mind still struggling to comprehend where he was and who the woman in front of him was. Are you a goddess? A goddess of the underworld? At his question, Scáthach laughed, a deep, dry sound, but not mocking. A goddess, she repeated, with a slight curve to her lips that could be interpreted as a faint smile. I suppose, in a sense, I am. But it wasn't always that way. Izuku tilted his head, still unsure how to interpret her words. So, she hesitated before asking, if you weren't always a goddess, what were you before? Scáthach looked at him for a few moments, as if deciding how much to reveal. Finally, she let out a sigh and spoke, her voice laden with something Izuku couldn't place, melancholy. Resignation. I was once human, a warrior. I was feared and respected, not only for my strength, but because I always found a way to overcome any adversity. But that strength was also my downfall. Izuku stared at her, her words intriguing him as much as they puzzled him. What do you mean? Scáthach turned her spear in her hand, an almost casual gesture, but one that seemed to be full of history. The world wouldn't let me die. Her gaze turned to the darkness surrounding them, as if speaking as much to herself as to him. I fought gods, monsters, and demons, hoping to find an opponent who could defeat me. But none succeeded, not even the only disciple I trained, the one I believed would be my liberation. Her eyes fell on Izuku again, this time with an intensity that left him breathless. That's how I became what you see now, the Queen of the Shadow Realm. A living prison for creatures not even the mortal world can bear. I am the jailer of nightmares. Izuku felt a chill run through his body. He had thought he was dead, that this was some kind of underworld. But now he understood that what surrounded him was something far more terrifying, a prison for everything the world feared. So, am I? You're not dead, Scáthach replied before he could finish the question, cutting him off firmly. You came here because you were on the edge of the abyss, a place where life and death converge. That's why the Shadow Realm claimed you. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise, trying to process what she was telling him. So why did you save me? You could have let me die. Scáthach laughed again, though this time there was a hint of curiosity in her tone. I saved you because you were interesting. A human so fragile that he managed to enter here unintentionally, but with a will strong enough to endure my presence. His lips curved into a half-smile, but this time there was something genuine in his gaze. And because I saw something in you. Something even you can't see yet. Izuku lowered his head, feeling the weight of her words. But I'm weak. I don't have a quirk. I can't be a hero. Scáthach took a step toward him, her spear striking the ground hard, the sound echoing like thunder in the gloom. Weak or not, that doesn't matter to me. I'm not all might, nor the world that rejected you. If you're strong enough to survive here, you'll prove your dreams are worth it. Because I can crush bodies and souls in my training, but I would never crush a dream. His eyes shone brightly. After all, even I had dreams once. Izuku looked at her, surprised by her words. Something inside him, a small spark, began to ignite again. So, he said more forcefully this time, what should I do? Scáthach smiled, this time with something more like pride. First, survive. And then, child, you'll learn to face fate, even if the whole world is against you. And in that moment, though he didn't know it, Izuku Midoriya began the first step toward becoming a hero. One who could defy even fate. Time in the Shadow Realm wasn't like it was in the mortal world. Days and nights didn't exist, and the sky was perpetually covered in a dark, oppressive blanket. However, Scáthach had her own rhythm for Izuku's training, one he would quickly learn to fear. Izuku panted, his breathing heavy and his body on the verge of collapse. Scáthach was behind him, walking calmly as he ran along a dark path full of crevices and uneven terrain. Don't stop, kid. If you can run, you can survive. Izuku stumbled and fell to the ground, hitting his hands and knees against the hard surface. The pain was unbearable, but not as much as Scáthach's cold gaze. If you have time to fall, you have time to get up. Izuku staggered to his feet, his legs shaking, his stomach churning. He couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited on the side of the road. He thought it would give him a break, but Scáthach quickly corrected him. If you're throwing up, it means you're not trying hard enough. Now run again. Izuku tried to retort, but then he heard a roar in the distance. He turned his head and saw several Shadow Realm beasts emerging from the mist. Their red eyes glowed with a terrifying hunger. What are you doing? Scáthach said with a slight smile, run. And Izuku ran. He ran with everything he had, even though his muscles burned and his heart felt like it was going to explode. The beasts pursued him relentlessly, and although Scáthach kept them at bay with a simple gesture if they got too close, she never let him escape completely. When she finally arrived back at the castle, she collapsed on the floor. She could barely breathe, but she didn't dare complain. She'd learned that Scáthach didn't tolerate self-pity. "You did a little better this time." His voice was almost complimentary, though not quite. After regaining some strength, Izuku spent his evenings sitting across from Scáthach in a dark chamber lit by a circle of candles. Scrolls and runestones were neatly arranged in front of him. "Magic exists, child, even if your world has forgotten it. Before quirks existed, humans relied on runes, on the secrets of the world that connected to their souls. Now, all that is just an echo. But here, you will learn." Scáthach took a runestone and traced a symbol in the air with her fingers. The mark glowed brightly, and a small flame appeared in front of Izuku, floating as if it had a life of its own. "This is rune magic. It is ancient, powerful, and dangerous to those who do not understand its nature. You will learn the basics or die trying to master it." Izuku stared at the rune in fascination. In his world, everything he had learned about science and quirks paled in comparison. However, he soon discovered that learning magic wasn't as simple as it seemed. Each symbol required focus, energy, and precision. When she tried to imitate Scáthach's stroke, the air around her stirred, but nothing else happened. "It's a pathetic start, but it's a start. Keep trying." Scáthach gave her no respite, not even from her studies. By the end of the day, Izuku could barely stand. His legs were covered in bruises, his hands were shaking from exhaustion, and his head was pounding from the effort of learning magic. Dinner, however, was perhaps the strangest aspect of their routine. Scáthach prepared the meals personally, using the beasts that had pursued Izuku during his training. She cooked them with a skill that surprised the boy, using herbs and spices she gathered from around the castle. "This is one of those creatures, right?" Izuku asked the first time he sat down to eat with her. Scáthach nodded, serving a piece of roast meat onto her plate. "Yes. If you want to survive here, you must understand that everything that threatens you can become sustenance. These beasts are strong, and by consuming them, their strength will become a part of you." Izuku eyed the plate with apprehension at first, but his hunger was too much. He took a bite, and while the flavor was surprisingly good, he couldn't forget that he was eating one of the creatures that had mercilessly hunted him hours before. "How do you cook so well?" she asked, trying to distract herself from the situation. Scáthach laughed softly, her expression more relaxed than usual. "Even a warrior must know how to survive. I learned centuries ago, though I've never had anyone to share a meal with." Her eyes seemed to wander for a moment in her own thoughts before she quickly looked away. Izuku noticed the change in her tone, but didn't say anything. In that moment, he realized that Scáthach wasn't just a relentless teacher. She was also someone who had been alone for a long time. As they ate in silence, Izuku felt a strange sense of camaraderie. It was small, but it was there, slowly growing along with his strength. And so, his routine continued. A cycle of pain, learning, and small victories, in a place where even breathing was a challenge. But Izuku, for the first time in a long time, began to feel like he had a purpose. Scáthach's training left no room for comfort. Izuku felt every muscle in his body burning, from his feet to his hands, after spending the day running, studying runes, and fighting to maintain his sanity in the Shadow Realm. When night finally arrived, he thought he'd earned a small respite. Scáthach pointed to a door in the castle that led to the baths. When he opened it, Izuku gasped. It was enormous, larger than any bath he'd ever seen before. The stones on the floor and walls glowed softly under the light from magical candlesticks, and the hot water emitted a soothing steam. It felt more like a hot spring pool than a bath, and the warmth emanating from the water enveloped him like a blanket, making his exhaustion seem a little more bearable. This is incredible," he whispered to himself as he stripped off his worn clothes and submerged himself in the water. The warmth was perfect, soothing her aching muscles and making her sigh with relief. For a moment, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to remember the times she used to visit the hot springs with her mother. It was one of the few happy memories she had from her childhood, when everything seemed less complicated. "Maybe I can find some peace here too," he thought, letting his mind wander to the silence and quiet of the bathroom. But then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Izuku opened his eyes, and before he could say anything, Scáthach entered the bathroom, completely naked. The hot water and steam failed to hide her slender, athletic figure, the body of a warrior shaped by centuries of combat. Her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders and back, almost reaching her waist. She didn't seem the least bit concerned by Izuku's presence. In fact, she acted as if he wasn't even there. She stepped into the water with the same grace she displayed in everything she did, the steam enveloping her for a moment before dissipating. She began washing her body with deliberate but relaxed movements, while Izuku remained frozen in place, his face as red as a tomato. What are you doing here?" he stammered, unable to look away, but at the same time wanting to disappear right then and there. Scáthach looked at him out of the corner of her eye, her expression completely calm, as if his question were irrelevant. "What do you think I'm doing in a bathroom?" he replied calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Izuku opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't form coherent words. His brain seemed to have stopped functioning. But, I'm here," she finally managed to say, sinking deeper into the water in a desperate attempt to cover herself. Scáthach let out a small laugh, one that made Izuku blush even more. "You're my disciple. I have nothing to hide, and you shouldn't be distracted by such trivial matters." Insignificant. That word echoed in Izuku's mind as he tried to regain control of his thoughts, but then, what Scáthach said next left him completely speechless. "Midoriya. Help me wash my hair." Izuku stood still, as if time had stopped. His brain couldn't process what he'd just heard. "Eh?" Scáthach turned her head toward him, her long, soaked hair falling like a dark curtain. "Didn't you hear? My hair is long, and washing it alone takes time. Don't be useless and come here." Izuku blinked rapidly, his thoughts in complete chaos. He'd imagined many things since arriving in the Shadow Realm, but never anything like this. But I don't know how to do it," he stammered, his hands moving nervously in the water. Scáthach raised an eyebrow, clearly not impressed. "Then learn. It's a simple task. No excuses are tolerated here." Izuku knew he had no way to escape. He swallowed and moved slowly toward her, each step feeling like a Herculean challenge. He took the soap she handed him and began working it through his hair with trembling hands, avoiding direct gaze. Scáthach's hair was soft, but also resilient, as if a reflection of the woman herself. Izuku focused on the task at hand, trying to keep his mind clear of any inappropriate thoughts. "You're doing well for your first time," Scáthach said after a while, her tone neutral and almost complimentary. Izuku didn't respond, too focused on finishing quickly. When he finally finished, Scáthach turned around to look at him, her face as serene as ever. "Thanks, Midoriya. It's good to see you can be useful for more than just running around and throwing up." Izuku didn't know if that was a compliment or a mockery, but he just nodded nervously and hurried back to his side of the bathroom, staying as far away from her as possible. That night, when she returned to her room, she still couldn't believe what had happened, but one thing was clear. Being under Scáthach's tutelage was anything but normal. Inko Midoriya sat in the living room, staring at the same empty spot where her son used to sit. 1 month. 30 days since her world fell apart, since she found the note on his desk, and since the police started searching for him. But there was no sign of Izuku. Not a trace, not a hint, nothing. The police had told her that, given the note, it was highly likely her son had decided to take his own life. That possibility had devastated her more than she could bear, but even in her deepest despair, one thing didn't add up: they never found a body. The investigators began to change their theory. If there was no body, then perhaps Izuku wasn't dead, but had run away from home. A theory that infuriated her. "My son would never run away from home," she told them during one of the meetings with the officers, with what little strength she had left. "Izuku. He would never leave me like this." But while her words were firm, her face told a different story. She was pale, her cheeks hollow, and her eyes red from crying. The nights were the worst. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Izuku's face, heard his voice apologizing over and over again. "Mom, I'm so sorry." Those words kept echoing in his mind. The doorbell rang, pulling her out of her thoughts. She stood up slowly, her legs feeling heavy, and opened the door to find Mitsuki Bakugo, her longtime friend and Katsuki's mother, who had been Izuku's classmate since childhood. Mitsuki had been coming to visit her every day since Izuku's disappearance, worried about her friend's condition. Inko, darling. Mitsuki said, walking in without waiting for an invitation. She was carrying a bag of food, as she always did, knowing that Inko barely ate these days. Thanks for coming, Mitsuki, Inko replied, her voice muffled. Mitsuki looked at her with concern. Inko was thinner than the last time he saw her, and her eyes were surrounded by deep dark circles. It was obvious she hadn't slept well, if at all. You have to take care of yourself, do you understand? Mitsuki told her as she left the bag in the kitchen and took out a couple of containers of homemade food. I know it's hard, but you can't keep going like this. Izuku wouldn't want to see you like this. Inko sat at the table, staring at the food container without touching it. Mitsuki, what if he never comes back? He murmured, his hands shaking slightly. Mitsuki stopped and stared at her, his eyes full of determination. Listen, Inko. I don't think Izuku's gone forever. That boy is stronger than he looks. He may be lost now, but I know he'll come back. I feel it in my bones. Mitsuki's words were firm, but Inko couldn't help but hesitate. A month had passed, and every day without news was like another stab in her heart. But what if? Inko couldn't finish the sentence, her tears starting to fall again. Mitsuki walked towards her and hugged her tightly. Don't think about it, do you hear me? He said in a soft but firm voice. Until we have a reason to think otherwise, you have to believe he's alive. Izuku is an amazing boy, and if anyone can overcome something like this, it's him. Inko sobbed in her friend's arms, letting out all the pain she had been bottling up. I just want him to come home. I want to hug him and tell him I love him. Mitsuki stroked her back, trying to comfort her. You will, Inko, you will, but you need to stay strong for him. Okay. Inko nodded weakly, though she wasn't sure how she could. That night, after Mitsuki left, Inko sat on the couch, hugging one of Izuku's notebooks. It was one of the few things she had left of him, and even though looking at his notes on heroes broke her heart, she couldn't tear herself away from them. Izuku, wherever you are, please come home. The clock struck midnight, and the silence in the house seemed heavier than ever. But even though her heart was filled with pain, a small spark of hope still burned within her. Mitsuki was right. Until she had proof to the contrary, she wouldn't stop hoping. Inko Midoriya promised herself that no matter how long it took, she would be here when her son came home. Mitsuki Bakugo closed the door to her house, letting out a long sigh. Her concern for Inko wouldn't let her rest, and every time she saw her, she looked thinner, more worn. She knew her friend was suffering, and she wasn't going to abandon her, no matter how long it took. But he had barely put the keys on the table when he heard his son, Katsuki, grumbling from the living room. Did you go to that house again? Katsuki said, his tone thick with annoyance. Why do you keep going back, old lady? It's ridiculous. Mitsuki stopped and frowned at him. Katsuki was sitting on the couch, his arms crossed, his face a mix of anger and something else she couldn't quite place. Ever since Izuku disappeared, her son had been acting strange, more irritable, more withdrawn, and most of all, he avoided any mention of Izuku like it was poison. I'm going because Inko is my friend and she needs me, Mitsuki replied firmly, walking into the living room. Or don't you have any empathy for what she's going through? Katsuki grimaced and looked away. Why should I? That nerd asked for it. Mitsuki's blood began to boil. She crossed her arms and stared at him. What the hell are you saying, Katsuki? He asked, his tone now more severe. Katsuki stood up from the couch, clearly annoyed. I'm saying all this drama is his fault. He was always useless, always chasing stupid dreams he was never going to achieve. Everyone knew it. Mitsuki took a step forward, her anger growing. What does that have to do with you? I'm not talking about what Izuku did or didn't do. I'm talking about why you act this way every time I mention it. What happened, Katsuki? Katsuki clenched his fists and looked away. Nothing. Don't lie to me, Mitsuki said in a dangerous tone. I'm not one of your stupid teachers or classmates. I'm your mother, and I'm going to find out what's going on with you. Katsuki didn't respond, his body tense as if he were fighting with himself. Finally, after a moment of silence, he let out a grunt and said it. I told you to jump off a building, okay. The silence that followed was deafening. Mitsuki felt as if the world had stopped completely. What did you say? She asked in a whisper, her mind unable to process what she had just heard. Katsuki didn't look at her, but continued talking, his voice filled with anger, but also with something that sounded like guilt. That useless guy was always after me, always trying to be a hero, like he had a chance. I got fed up. I told him if he believed so much in being a hero without a quirk, then he should jump off a building and be reincarnated with one. Mitsuki felt her legs weaken. She leaned back on the sofa, her breathing rapid and her hands shaking. You said that. To Inko's son, to your childhood friend. He's not my friend, Katsuki shouted, but his voice cracked slightly. He was a loser. He always was. Mitsuki's face hardened as she advanced on him, her fury on the verge of exploding. And that gives you the right to say something so cruel to him? She snapped, her voice sharp as a razor. To destroy him like that. To push him to his limits. Katsuki tried to answer, but Mitsuki didn't give him a chance. That boy disappeared, Katsuki. His mother is devastated, and the police think he committed suicide. And now you're telling me you pushed him to do it. How can you even live with yourself after that? Katsuki remained silent, his body trembling slightly. Finally, he lowered his head, his fists still clenched. I didn't think he would, she murmured, her voice now barely a whisper. He was always weak, but I never thought he would actually do it. The words only made Mitsuki's fury grow. That doesn't make it better. She yelled, her voice filled with desperation and anger. How can you be so insensitive, Katsuki? Izuku was like a brother to you when you were little. What have you become? Katsuki didn't respond, and for the first time in years, Mitsuki saw something other than anger on his face. She saw fear. She saw guilt. But it wasn't enough. Listen to me carefully, Katsuki. I don't know if Izuku is dead or if he's out there, lost and hurt. But if he ever comes back, you better pray he can forgive you. Because right now, I can't. He turned away, leaving Katsuki standing in the living room. His son, the same one who had always been so strong and self-confident, now seemed small, as if the full weight of his actions had finally fallen on him. Mitsuki entered her room and closed the door, letting the tears fall as she tried to calm the chaos inside. Please, Izuku, wherever you are, come back. Your mother needs you, and, for God's sake, Katsuki needs to face what he did. The air in the Shadow Realm was still heavy, but for Izuku Midoriya, it was no longer the obstacle it had been at first. After 3 months of training under Scáthach, his body had changed. His legs were stronger, his lungs more resilient, and his mind more focused. He no longer vomited while running, and he could make it through the arduous path to the castle without stopping, even with the beasts lurking behind him. Scáthach, though not someone who showed emotions easily, was impressed. Not bad, kid, she told him once, when he arrived back at the castle after a long run. Her tone was neutral, but Izuku could sense a faint note of approval. Even Satanta took almost a year to accomplish what you've done in 3 months. Izuku prided himself on those small moments of recognition. Still, he knew he still had a lot to learn. Scáthach didn't stop or give him any respite. And that day, like every afternoon, she took him to the rune chamber to continue his magical training. The Norse runes were a mystery to Izuku, but they also fascinated him. Each of the 24 runes had its own meaning, its own power, and Scáthach insisted he understand them not only with his mind, but with his heart. Magic isn't just a trick, he had told her at the beginning of their training. It's the manifestation of your will, your intention. The runes are a tool, but true strength comes from within you. That day they were working with the Feihu rune, which represented fire in its most primitive form. Scáthach had given him a candle and instructed him to light it using the rune. Izuku concentrated, carefully tracing the symbol in the air while whispering her name. Question. The rune glowed for a moment, and the candle lit with a small but steady flame. Izuku smiled, satisfied with his progress. But something was still on his mind. He lowered the candle and looked at Scáthach, who was watching him with her arms crossed. Master, he began, his tone hesitant. What's the difference between using Feihu to light a candle like this and using it to, I don't know, set fire to an entire building? Scáthach raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his question. That's a good question, he said, walking slowly around her. The answer is simple but profound. It all depends on your intention. Izuku tilted his head, confused. My intention. Scáthach nodded, her gaze fixed on him. Feihu isn't just fire. It's what fire means to you at the moment you use it. To light this candle, you thought of a small, peaceful flame, something that illuminates without causing destruction. But if you wanted Feihu to manifest as a fire that consumes a building, you would have to think of fire as something wild, destructive, unstoppable. Izuku frowned, trying to process what she was saying. So, the rune corresponds to what I understand by fire. Scáthach nodded again. Exactly. Magic is a reflection of you. Runes are tools that channel that reflection. If your intention is to create heat for cooking, Feihu will respond that way. If your intention is to illuminate the darkness, it will. But if your intention is to destroy, then the rune will manifest as a devastating force. Izuku stared at the lit candle in his hand, feeling a mixture of fascination and respect for the power at his fingertips. So if I'm not careful, he muttered, his thoughts running to possible accidents. Scáthach placed a hand on his shoulder, her gaze stern. If you're not careful, the power of the runes can turn against you. Magic has no morals, it only has intention. That's why it's vital that you learn to control it, not just with your body, but with your mind and spirit. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding the importance of what she was telling him. Every time he used a rune, he wasn't just summoning a power, he was also exposing a part of himself. I understand, teacher. I'll be careful. Scáthach watched him for a moment longer before nodding, satisfied with his answer. Good. Now, keep practicing. I want you to light all those candles before the light of the runes fades. Izuku looked around and saw that the room was filled with unlit candles. He sighed, but took up position to start over. As he traced the Feihu symbol over and over again, he couldn't help but think about how far he'd come in these 3 months. She had learned to run without falling, to face beasts without trembling, and now she was mastering a power she had never imagined existed. And although she still didn't know if she would ever return to her own world, one thing was certain, she was changing. And under Scáthach's gaze, that change was just beginning. Bathing in the Shadow Realm became a daily ritual for Izuku and Scáthach. After the grueling physical and mental training, the warmth of the water offered a moment of relief, though at first, those moments were anything but relaxing for Izuku. The first time Scáthach entered the bathroom while he was already inside, naked and completely unconcerned, he thought his heart was going to stop. At that moment, all he could think about was how to cover himself and avoid looking directly at his teacher, but that didn't seem to matter to her in the slightest. Midoriya, stop shaking like a scared rabbit. This is just a bath, she had told him on that occasion, with a slight mocking tone. Over time, though the blush didn't completely disappear, Izuku began to get used to it. Scáthach, as always, was direct and pragmatic, and her carefree attitude helped ease some of his initial discomfort. However, one thing that always remained constant was her daily request. Wash my hair, Midoriya. Scáthach's hair was long and thick, falling in a purple cascade that shimmered even in the dim bathroom light. Izuku, though still a little nervous, took care of washing it carefully, feeling that this act, though simple, was a sort of ritual they shared. Why do you always ask me to do this? He asked once, massaging his scalp with the soap she had given him. Scáthach closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of tranquility. Because I can, and because there's no one else here to do it. Izuku thought that response was very typical of her, but still, he couldn't help but feel a strange bond growing between them. Every time she asked him something like this, he felt like she wasn't just a stern teacher, she was also someone who had been alone for a long, long time. Have you ever had someone else do this for you? He asked cautiously. Scáthach opened one eye, looking at him curiously. Why do you ask? Izuku looked down, focusing on the hair in his hands. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if you ever had anyone you shared moments like this with. I mean, you've been here alone for so long. Scáthach remained silent for a moment, long enough for Izuku to wonder if he'd said something inappropriate. But finally, she responded, her tone softer than usual. There was someone, Satanta. His voice carried a note of nostalgia he rarely displayed. He was my disciple, like you. although he was more insolent. Izuku paused for a moment, surprised. 70. That Chilean, the hero of legends. Scáthach nodded, letting the water fall over her hair as she spoke. Yes, I trained that boy, molded him into a warrior capable of facing any enemy. I even believed he would be the only one who could end my existence. But in the end, fate had other plans for him. The melancholy in her voice was palpable, and Izuku felt a knot in his stomach as he imagined the pain she must have felt at losing someone so close to him. That must have been hard, he murmured. Scáthach opened both eyes and looked directly at him, her expression stern but not cold. Fate is always harsh, Midoriya. But that doesn't mean you should give in to it. Satanta understood that, and you will too. Izuku nodded, though his mind was still reeling from how much Scáthach had missed throughout his life. The fact that she allowed him to share moments like this with her meant more than he was willing to admit out loud. Over time, baths together stopped being awkward for Izuku and became a routine where they could both let their guard down, if only a little. Once, while washing his hair, Izuku asked him something that had been on his mind for days. Scáthach, why did you choose me? Why didn't you let me die when I got here? Scáthach turned her head slightly to look at him, her scarlet eyes glowing in the steam from the bathroom. I told you before, didn't I? You were interesting. But there's more to it than that. Her voice softened slightly, something rare for her. I saw something in you I hadn't seen in a long time. A spark, a force that even you don't understand yet. Izuku stopped washing for a moment, surprised by her words. A force, a sentient shadow. Don't get me wrong, you're weak, even now, after 3 months of training. But that weakness doesn't define who you are. What you do with it, what you build upon it, that's what matters. Izuku remained silent, letting her words settle in his mind. Despite her harshness, Scáthach always had a way of saying things that inspired him to keep going. Finally, she finished washing her hair, and Scáthach leaned forward slightly, letting the water rinse it. Well done, Midoriya, he said as he stood up and left the water with his usual grace. Now, rest. Tomorrow will be even harder. Izuku watched her walk away, feeling a mixture of admiration and respect for his teacher. Although there was still much to learn, and many battles to face, he knew he was on the right path. And as she sank deeper into the warm water, she allowed a small but genuine feeling of gratitude to fill her heart. Thank you, teacher, for not giving up on me. The Shadow Realm wasn't the same place for Izuku Midoriya after 15 months of training under Scáthach. The young man who had arrived weak, broken, and full of doubts no longer existed. In his place was a warrior who proudly bore the marks of his growth, both physical and spiritual. Her new outfit, designed and crafted by her master, was a reflection of her progress. Deep blue like the night sky, with armor on her right shoulder that protected not only her body, but also her pride. The half-cloak of fur, taken from the first beast she'd hunted alone, was a trophy she wore as a symbol of her strength. Izuku, who had previously been barely 150 centimeters tall, now stretched to 175 centimeters. His once thin and frail body was defined and muscular, the result of countless hours of physical training and battles against the kingdom's creatures. Even his posture had changed. Where he'd once slumped, he now walked confidently, shoulders squared, his gaze fixed on his goal. Scáthach watched these changes with a mixture of satisfaction and something else she didn't allow to show on her face. She had been training Izuku to mold him into a worthy warrior, and he was more than fulfilling his promise. However, there was something she found unexpected. She could no longer look down on him like a child. Now, she saw him at eye level. He didn't show it, but it bothered him a little. Izuku looked at himself in a mirror Scáthach had offered him, his reflection showing him how far he'd come. He touched the fur cloak on his shoulder with a small smile. He remembered that battle as if it had happened yesterday, his first solo hunt, facing one of the kingdom's fiercest beasts. This is thanks to you, teacher, he murmured, even though he knew I wasn't there to hear him. However, Scáthach appeared behind him, as if she had been listening the whole time. Don't be sentimental, Midoriya. Everything you've achieved is your own merit. I just gave you the tools. Izuku turned to look at her, noticing that she was now at his eye level. Even though his teacher was wearing her usual heels, he no longer needed to tilt his head to meet her gaze. For a moment, he thought Scáthach looked slightly annoyed, but if she was, she didn't let on beyond her usual neutral expression. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, tilting his head like he usually did when he was confused. Scáthach watched him silently for a moment before speaking. "It's strange to see you like this. You used to be a child who could barely stand. Now," her eyes scanned his figure, assessing him as they would a newly forged weapon. "Now you look like a warrior." Izuku smiled, a rare but sincere gesture. "Well, I had a good teacher." Scáthach snorted, though she couldn't stop the corner of her lips from curling into a slight smile. "Whatever keeps you going, Midoriya. But don't think this means you're done. You still have a lot to learn." As Scáthach strapped some of the armor onto his shoulder, Izuku couldn't help but wonder how much longer he'd be in the Shadow Realm. It had been over a year there, and while he knew he'd changed, he couldn't help but think about the world he'd left behind. "Teacher, will I ever come back?" he asked, his voice serious. Scáthach looked at him, her scarlet eyes shining in the dim light of the room. "That's up to you, but I warn you, Midoriya, the world you left behind isn't the same for you anymore. You've changed. What you are now may not fit into that world." Izuku looked down, thinking about his mother, about the people he left behind. "I know," he said after a moment. "But if I ever come back, I want to do so as someone stronger. I want to be someone who can protect others, even if I don't have a quirk." Scáthach looked at him silently for a moment before nodding. "Then let's keep training. There's still a lot to do." Izuku nodded, his determination renewed. Although he had grown and changed, there was still a long way to go. But now, he had the confidence that he could face it, not as the child he was, but as the warrior he was destined to be. And even though Scáthach wouldn't admit it, she was proud of him. The Shadow Kingdom castle was silent, save for the soft sound of Izuku's steady breathing, as he slept soundly under the sheets. Scáthach, never a slave to her emotions, remained awake, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as her arm rested around her disciple's figure. Last night had been the first time they'd shared a bed, not as teacher and student, but as two souls who, despite the circumstances, had found a connection. Izuku, who had initially been a broken boy, was now a man worthy of wielding the Gai Bold, the weapon that symbolized the culmination of all his training. 2. Scáthach leaned slightly into him, feeling the warmth of his body against hers. It was a strange, familiar, and comforting warmth, something she hadn't felt in centuries. Her fingers gently traced the scars on his skin, scars that bore witness to his battles in the kingdom. "You've changed so much," he murmured softly, as if speaking to the silence of the room. She wouldn't admit it out loud, but the thought of parting from him the next day weighed heavily on her chest. From the moment Izuku had fallen into the Shadow Realm, she had taken on the duty of molding him, of giving him a second chance to face the world. She had trained him with all her rigor, pushed him beyond his limits, and guided him toward a path that would lead him back to the real world. But now that that moment was here, Scáthach couldn't help but feel empty. "You've done this before. You trained Satanta and let him go. This is no different." That's what she kept telling herself. But something in her heart knew it wasn't true. Izuku wasn't like Satanta, or any other disciple she'd trained. There was something about him, something that went beyond his strength or determination. There was a spark, a humanity that had reminded her of things she thought she'd forgotten centuries ago. Without realizing it, she leaned towards him and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. "No matter what fate has in store for you, Izuku Midoriya, I will always remember this." Izuku stirred slightly in his sleep, but didn't wake. Scáthach smiled, a rare, private smile, and lay back again, allowing her eyes to close. For tonight, she would let her heart guide her, setting aside her role as a teacher to simply be a woman beside someone who had come to mean so much to her. Tomorrow, Izuku would return to the real world. But for tonight, he was hers, and she, somehow, was his too. And so, in the silence of the castle, the Queen of the Shadow Realm slept for the first time in centuries, not as a warrior, but as someone who had allowed herself to feel. Scáthach rose from her bed in the morning, the echo of her footsteps softly ringing in the stone room. Her gaze shifted to Gai Bold, the crimson spear resting against the wall. The tip of the legendary weapon seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if responding to the anticipation of what was to come. 2 years. 2 years had passed since that broken, hopeless boy had fallen into the Shadow Realm. He was no longer a child. Izuku Midoriya had left his fragility behind and was now a man. His muscles, his posture, even his gaze spoke of someone who had overcome the abyss of despair. Scáthach ran her fingers over the spear, remembering the countless battles she had fought with it. Gaibolg wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol of everything it meant to be a warrior. And today, Izuku would face his final test. I didn't expect her to win. I knew she still had a long way to go before reaching a level that could fully challenge her. But this test wasn't about victory. It was about measuring her progress, about seeing if she was strong enough to wield the Gaibolg and return to the real world. With a deep sigh, Scáthach left the room, her spear in hand. She had trained Izuku with everything she knew, pushing him to his limits and beyond. Now, the rest was up to him. Izuku stood in the castle's main courtyard, adjusting his armor as he gazed out at the dark horizon of the Shadow Realm. He had waited for this day for a long time. Every endless run, every fight against beasts, every lesson in rune magic had led to this moment. He knew what was at stake. Scáthach was no ordinary opponent. He had faced gods, monsters, and legendary heroes, and none had emerged victorious. He didn't expect to win, but he wanted to show her that he was worthy of everything he had learned. When Scáthach appeared, her towering figure with Gaibolg in hand, Izuku felt his heart race. Even after 2 years, his teacher was still an intimidating presence. But this time, she didn't look away. "Are you ready, Midoriya?" Scáthach asked, her tone calm but firm. Izuku nodded, his face serious. "Yes, teacher." Scáthach smiled slightly, a rare gesture but one that always indicated something interesting was coming. "I'm not your teacher today. I'm your opponent, and if you want to return to the real world, you'll have to prove that you're worthy of carrying Gaibolg." Izuku nodded again, taking up his own spear, one Scáthach had given him at the beginning of his training. It wasn't Gaibolg, but it was a formidable weapon that he had learned to wield with skill. Understood. The battle began without preamble. Scáthach moved first, launching herself at Izuku with a speed he could barely keep up with. Her attacks were precise, each movement calculated to test his endurance and skill. Izuku blocked the first blow with difficulty, feeling the impact vibrate through his body. "Don't let your guard down, Midoriya. If you do, you'll die." Her words weren't an empty threat. Even though this was a test, Scáthach didn't hold back. Every attack was a lesson, every move an opportunity to prove her worth. Izuku stepped back, using a rune he had prepared before the battle. A burst of fire erupted around him, forcing Scáthach to retreat momentarily. "Good, you're learning to use your surroundings," he commented, but his tone was far from complimentary. "Is that all you've got?" Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he lunged at her, taking advantage of the opening she'd created. His attacks were faster and more precise than ever, each blow aimed to pressure her. But Scáthach wasn't someone easy to surprise. With a fluid movement, she deflected his attack and pushed him back with a blow to the chest. Izuku fell to the ground, panting, but he didn't give up. "Get up, Midoriya. The real fight is just beginning." Izuku stood, his gaze fixed on hers. Despite the pain, despite the difficulty, there was something in his eyes that wasn't there when he first arrived in the Shadow Realm, unwavering determination. The battle continued for what seemed like hours. Izuku, though exhausted, didn't give up. Every blow, every block, every movement was a testament to how much he'd grown. Finally, with one last attack, Scáthach brought him down. Izuku fell to the ground, panting, unable to get up. But when he looked up at her, her eyes still shone with that same determination. Scáthach walked towards him, looking at his fallen figure. "You lost, as I expected." But, she held out her hand, helping him up. "You've proven yourself worthy." Izuku, surprised, took her hand and stood up. "So, can I come back?" Scáthach nodded, turning the Gaibolg over and handing it to him. "This spear isn't just a weapon. It's a symbol of everything you've learned here. Take it with you to the real world, and remember, even if you return, your training never ends." Izuku took the spear in both hands, feeling its weight and power. "Thank you, teacher. I promise I won't let you down." Scáthach looked at him, for the first time letting a small smile of pride cross her face. "I hope so, Midoriya. Because your real test begins now." And so, Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had fallen into the Shadow Realm seeking his end, rose as a warrior, ready to face the world once more. The portal to the real world was almost ready. The air around the castle vibrated with an energy Izuku recognized as the result of the runes Scáthach had laid. He knew this was the end of his time in the Shadow Realm, the place that had transformed him from the ashes of his former life. Izuku stood before Scáthach, dressed in the combat suit she had crafted for him. The deep blue of the suit contrasted with the dark fur of the cloak he wore over his right shoulder, a memento from his first solo hunt. His now longer hair was tied back in a low ponytail, a style Scáthach had suggested so it wouldn't hinder him in combat. Guy bulb rested on his left shoulder, the familiar weight of the spear giving him a sense of purpose and security. Scáthach watched him silently, as if imprinting every detail of his figure in her mind. For 2 years, she had molded this young man, seen his falls, his tears, and, finally, his rebirth. Now he was ready to face the world, but that thought brought her no peace. Izuku, noticing her gaze, broke the silence. "Teacher," he began, but she interrupted him with a gesture of her hand. "Today, I am not your teacher," Scáthach said, her tone firm but laden with an emotion she rarely showed. She took a step toward him, her scarlet eyes glowing with an intensity that forced him to stand his ground. "I am not your mother, I am not your sister, and I am no longer your teacher." Izuku felt his heart clench at those words. Though he'd been waiting for this moment, he wasn't ready for what it meant. Scáthach placed a hand on his shoulder, the touch firm but warm, a gesture that reminded him of all the times she had guided him through his darkest moments. "But allow me to celebrate this day with you," he continued, his voice softer now, though just as powerful. "Because believe it or not, Izuku Midoriya, you are a hero who deserves to be celebrated." Izuku felt the words hit him harder than any training he'd ever faced. His eyes burned, but he refused to shed tears. "Not here, not now. I'm not a hero," he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. "Not yet." Scáthach smiled, a small but genuine smile, something rare for her. "That's something the world will decide. But to me, you already are." Without thinking, Izuku dropped the guy bulb and hugged her tightly. For 2 years, she had been his guide, his support, his everything. And now, he had to say goodbye. Scáthach, surprised by the gesture, remained motionless for a moment before returning the hug. Her hands, normally firm and lethal, now rested gently on Izuku's back. "Thank you, teacher," Izuku said, his voice cracking slightly. "For everything." Scáthach closed her eyes, allowing herself this last moment of vulnerability. "Go, Izuku. The world awaits you, and remember, your path doesn't end here." Izuku slowly pulled away, picking up the guy bulb again and adjusting it over his shoulder. With one last glance at Scáthach, he walked toward the portal, his steps firm and determined. Just before crossing it, he turned around one last time. "Someday, I'll come back." Her voice was firm, full of determination. Scáthach watched him disappear through the doorway, his figure fading into the light. And when silence returned to the castle, for the first time in centuries, a tear rolled down her cheek. The portal emitted one last flash of light before closing, leaving the Shadow Realm in its perpetual darkness. Scáthach remained standing, staring at the spot where Izuku had disappeared, as if she could extend that moment a little longer. Her scarlet eyes, normally cold and implacable, shone with an emotion she rarely allowed to emerge. Izuku had accomplished what few had: survived the Shadow Realm, grown under its tutelage, and ultimately become worthy of wielding the guy bulb. He was strong, not only in body, but also in spirit and mind. Enough to endure the journey back to the real world. "Go and conquer your destiny, Izuku." With a deep sigh, Scáthach turned on her heel and began walking toward her throne. Each step echoed in the silence of the castle, an echo that seemed lonelier now that he was gone. As she ascended the steps to her throne, her hand instinctively fell on her belly. It was a gesture she hadn't planned, but it felt natural. She closed her eyes for a moment, concentrating on the magic flowing within her, and she felt it, a spark of life, small but vibrant, beginning to take shape. So fate has decided this, she murmured to herself, a slight smile crossing her lips. The magic of the Shadow Realm had kept her alive for centuries, but it had never allowed anything like this to happen. Scáthach, the queen of the Shadow Realm, the immortal warrior who had slain gods and trained heroes, now carried within her the promise of a new life. She knew Izuku didn't know, and probably never would. But that didn't bother her. She'd done her duty as a teacher, had guided Izuku to face his destiny. Now, she had something new, something that would remind her of him every day, even in his absence. Scáthach sat on her throne, her posture as majestic as ever, but with one hand resting gently on her belly. Izuku, even if you're not here, your legacy will continue to grow, even in this forgotten realm. For the first time in centuries, Scáthach didn't feel alone. And although the real world would never be her place, she knew that a part of her would always be connected to that young man who had changed more than just her life. He had changed her destiny. The Queen of the Shadow Realm smiled, and the echo of her soft laughter filled the vast chambers of the castle. A new era was about to begin, not just for Izuku, but for her as well. Passing through the portal was like crossing a river of fire and shadow. If it weren't for the 2 years of training under Scáthach, Izuku knew he wouldn't have survived. His body and mind had been strengthened by his teacher, preparing him to withstand the immense pressure of the journey. "Thank you, teacher, for everything," she thought as she emerged from the portal. When he finally emerged, he found himself standing in the middle of a ruined building. For a moment, his mind thought he'd returned to the Shadow Realm. The ruins and the tense air reminded him too much of his old home. But then, something different caught his attention. The sun. A bright beam of light streamed through a broken window, hitting the dusty ground. Izuku stopped and closed his eyes, allowing the warmth of the sun to seep into his skin. "I'm back," he thought, letting the smell of fresh air fill his lungs. There was mana in the air, but it was different. It wasn't saturated like it was in the Shadow Realm. It was lighter, more natural. It was a reminder that I was back in the human world, the place I had left 2 years ago. As he adjusted the guy bold on his shoulder, a voice reached his ears. It was feminine, exhausted, filled with pain, but also fiercely determined. "Toya, please don't do this." Izuku didn't need any more. Without hesitation, he traced the Rado rune, the rune of walking and traveling. "Show me the way," he murmured as the rune glowed and headed in a specific direction. Following the light of the rune, Izuku left the building and began to run. The sounds of destruction surrounded him. Screams, explosions, and the roar of flames. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but one thing was certain: someone needed help. When he arrived at the scene, what he saw took his breath away. A man, engulfed in blue flames that burned with inhuman intensity, was about to explode. The flames threatened to consume not only him but also the people around him. A woman stood in front of him, her arms outstretched as if trying to shield the others with her own body. It was the voice I had heard before. "I can't allow this," Izuku thought as his mind focused. Izuku raised his hand and traced runes in the air with quick but precise movements, each symbol glowing with increasing intensity. Alja's defense, to create a shield. Awa's power, to strengthen the barrier. Kuz Vita, to protect those inside. Soften Sol, to counteract the flames with the energy of the sun. Each rune shone like stars, and as they combined, a dome of energy formed around the family that was about to be cremated. Dabi's blue flames collided with the dome, but failed to penetrate. Inside, the heat was non-existent, as if the barrier had absorbed the full intensity of the fire. Izuku stood firm, holding the barrier with all his might. The impact of the flames echoed around him, but he didn't budge. "I'm not going to let them die," she thought, her body burning with renewed determination. When the flames finally died down, the dome collapsed. Izuku lowered his hands, letting the runes disappear into thin air, and stepped toward the center of the field. The Todoroki family stared at him with eyes filled with awe and confusion. The young man who had appeared to save them was unlike anyone they knew. Dressed in a deep blue suit, with armor on his left shoulder and a furry half-cloak, he looked more like a legendary warrior than a common hero. But Izuku didn't give them time to ask. He turned to the crater where Dabi had been and watched cautiously, searching for any sign of movement. It's not just physical power, it's his will. His desperation brought him here, he thought, holding the guy bulb firmly. Hearing a whispered voice behind him, he turned around. The woman he had protected, Rei Todoroki, was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Who are you? He asked, his voice full of gratitude but also confusion. Izuku paused before answering, his green eyes shining with a mixture of calm and determination. Someone who was here to protect them. This was no time for explanations. The world was on the brink of chaos, and he couldn't waste time justifying himself. Thank you, teacher. All of this is thanks to you, she thought as she prepared for what was coming. The air in the city was heavy with smoke and ash. Dabi's blue flames consumed everything around him, turning buildings into ruins and filling the sky with an eerie light. At the center of the chaos, Dabi faced his younger brothers, Shoto and Natsuo, while Rei and Fuyumi desperately tried to reach him. Dabi was on the brink of total destruction, not only of the city, but of itself. Dabi, stop, Shoto yelled, panting as he tried to maintain his balance in the scorching heat. The ice he generated melted almost instantly when faced with his older brother's flames. Why should I stop, Shoto? Dabi retorted, his voice mocking but laced with deep hatred. You, with your perfect quirk. You were our father's dream. You and Natsuo, you two were born to replace me. Natsuo, although less accustomed to battles, stepped forward. That's not true, Dabi. No one tried to replace you. You were our brother. You always were. But Natsuo's words seemed useless. Dabi let out a bitter laugh as the flames around him grew in intensity. Brother, is that what you're calling me now, Natsuo? Where were you when father forced me to train until my skin burned? Where were you when he told me I was no longer fit to fulfill his dreams? You're not my brother. You're nothing to me. Rei and Fuyumi, at a safe distance but within range of her voice, tried to intervene. Toya, please, Rei pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she tried to reach out to her eldest son. I know I failed as a mother. I know I didn't protect you like I should have. But we never stopped loving you. Fuyumi nodded, extending a hand toward him. We tried to talk to Dad, we tried to stop what he was doing, but he wouldn't listen. I'm so sorry, Toya. Please don't do this. For a moment, there was a flicker of doubt in Dabi's eyes, a moment when his family's words seemed to pierce the shell of hatred and resentment he'd built up over the years. But it was just that, a moment. Dabi roared in fury, and the blue flames surrounding him began to change, turning a blinding white. I don't care. It's too late for your apologies. I'm taking this city, all of you, and Endeavor's legacy with me. Shoto and Natsuo could barely stand as the heat increased exponentially. Dabi's flames had intensified beyond anything either of them had seen before, turning so white they blinded the eye and scorched even the air around them. Shoto reached out a hand toward his brother, his voice filled with desperation. Dabi, you don't have to do this. You don't have to destroy everything. Dabi looked at him, his face distorted with madness and pain. There's nothing left to save, Shoto. There's nothing left for me. Natsuo tried to get closer again, despite the burns already covering his arms. Toya, please, you still have a choice. You can still stop. But Dabi wasn't listening. With a piercing scream, he concentrated all his flames in a single point, preparing a final explosion that would consume everything around him. Rei and Fuyumi watched in horror, unable to move, as the heat pushed them back. Shoto, Natsuo, Rei cried. She had acted without thinking, guided only by a mother's most primal instinct, to protect her children. She launched herself at Toya, her heart torn between her love for her eldest son and the fear of losing him and the others. Toya, please stop, she cried, reaching out for him as the white flames reached their peak, enveloping everything in a blinding light. But before she could reach him, the explosion occurred. The heat was unbearable, so intense it seemed capable of consuming reality itself. For a moment, Rei thought it was all over, that Toya's fire had consumed them all. However, just as the flames reached them, a dome of glowing energy formed around them, protecting them. The light was soft but firm, a barrier that kept the raging inferno outside at bay. Rei, Shoto, Natsuo, and Fuyumi fell to the ground, exhausted and with visible burns on their bodies, but alive. Looking up, they all saw white flames swirling around the dome, consuming buildings, streets, and everything else nearby. Even the concrete structures seemed to melt under the heat, but inside the dome, they felt nothing. What is this? Fuyumi muttered, her voice trembling as she looked around. Natsuo, who could barely move from exhaustion, looked up at the figure standing in the center of the dome. When the flames finally died down, the dome began to fade away, revealing a towering figure. A young man, dressed in a combat suit as deep blue as the night sky, with armor protecting his left shoulder and a half-cloak made from the fur of an unknown animal. In his hand, he held a crimson spear that seemed to radiate immense power, and his gaze was fixed on the spot where Toya, or Dabi, had been standing moments before. Shoto, panting, struggled to focus his vision. Who? He began, but then he recognized the green eyes and the face that, although changed, was still familiar. Izuku Midoriya's towering figure stood firm as the residual flames of the explosion dissipated. Ashes fell like snow around the devastated area, and the Todoroki family couldn't tear their eyes away from him. There was something about his presence, something beyond his obvious strength, an almost supernatural calm that seemed to envelop him. Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo exchanged confused glances, trying to process what had just happened and who this young man was who had saved them from certain death. But Shoto knew. He'd read the files. He'd seen the photographs and the testimonies. He remembered the sadness in All Might's eyes when he'd told him about Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy who, by all accounts, had committed suicide 2 years ago. But this wasn't the same Izuku Midoriya from those files. He was different, taller, more muscular, with an aura of power that couldn't be explained. His hair, now longer, was tied in a low ponytail, and the half layer of fur he wore gave him an almost mythical appearance. How can he be here? Shoto thought, his eyes analyzing every detail of the young man in front of him. Rei stepped forward, still shaking from the intensity of the flames that had just surrounded them. "You, who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling but filled with gratitude. Izuku didn't respond immediately. His eyes were fixed on the crater where Dabi had been standing moments before, assessing any possible threats. But when he turned to her, his words were firm. "There's no time for questions. I need to get you out of here now." Before anyone could protest or insist, Izuku acted. With a swiftness that surprised everyone, he walked over and, with an ease that seemed unnatural, lifted the 4 of them onto his shoulders as if they were sacks of potatoes. "Wait, what are you doing?" Natsuo exclaimed, trying to resist, but his exhausted body didn't allow him to move much. "Midoriya," Shoto shouted, more surprised than annoyed. "We can walk." Izuku ignored her protests. "No, they're hurt and exhausted. I'm not going to risk someone else attacking them while they're trying to stay on their feet." Fuyumi, although visibly embarrassed, tried to calm her brother. "Shoto, I don't think we have any other choice." Rei, on the other hand, simply went with the flow, her body too weak to resist. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Izuku didn't respond, but his grip softened slightly at hearing her. As he carried the Todoroki family away from the devastated area, Izuku couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. He had returned to the real world after 2 years in the Shadow Realm, but he hadn't expected to find a scene like this. Izuku quickly looked over the Todoroki family after protecting them. Although they had minor burns, they were alive, something he considered a victory amidst the chaos. But there was no time to rest. The battle was still ongoing, and they weren't safe in that devastated place. Without hesitation, Izuku retraced the Rado rune, the rune of walking and travel, searching for a place where they could be safe. The light from the rune marked a path that would lead him to a group of nearby presences. Students and heroes. "This will do," he muttered to himself. 2 years. How much has the world changed since I left? He knew the questions would come eventually. He knew he'd have to face his past, All Might, the society that had rejected him, and the mother he'd left behind. But for now, his priority was simple: protect the innocent and stop the villains who endangered the peace. Shoto, meanwhile, watched Izuku from his position on his shoulder. Though he couldn't see his face completely, he could feel the change in it. This isn't the same Izuku Midoriya everyone thought they knew. He's changed. But, how? Why? Shoto clenched his fists, his mind filled with questions he couldn't formulate at the moment. Midoriya, he finally murmured. What happened to you? Izuku didn't reply, but Shoto could see the crimson spear in his hand glowing slightly in the light from the fire still burning in the buildings. As Izuku ran with the Todoroki family on his shoulders, the heroes and civilians remaining in the battle zone began to notice his presence. Murmurs spread among those who saw him. Who is that? Is he a hero? He doesn't look like one I've seen before. And that spear? The few heroes present, exhausted from the battle, had no answers. But one thing was clear. Whoever it was, they had saved the Todorokis' lives and protected the city from a greater catastrophe. Izuku knew the eyes were on him, but he didn't care. His mind was fixed on his task, and the weight of the Todorokis on his shoulders was nothing compared to the weight of the world he now had to face. With the Gai Bolg in his hand, Izuku Midoriya positioned himself as the shield between destruction and the innocent, ready to face whatever was necessary. Izuku didn't respond. He simply focused on running, his footsteps creating gusts of wind that seemed to slice through the air. In a matter of seconds, he reached a relatively undamaged building, where several heroes and students watched in horror as Gigantomachia, the villain's monstrous ally, advanced. When Izuku appeared, his speed created a gust of air that made everyone turn toward him. What they saw left them speechless. An unknown young man with green hair tied in a low ponytail, dressed in a deep blue combat suit, carrying the Todoroki family on his shoulders. The heroes and students who had lost all hope of finding the family now saw them alive, albeit injured. Silence fell over the room as everyone tried to process what they were seeing. Who is this boy? Many of them thought. One of the heroes present, Fat Gum, was the first to react. Hey, kid, where the hell did you come from? And how did you find the Todorokis? Izuku didn't respond immediately. He carefully lowered the family to the ground, making sure everyone was stable before standing up, letting the Gai Bolg rest on his shoulder. His gaze was serious, but calm. They're hurt, but they'll be fine. Someone should take care of them, he said firmly, ignoring questions about his identity. Before anyone could continue questioning him, a loud rumble shook the building. Everyone turned toward the sound and watched as Gigantomachia advanced, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. It's moving toward the city. One of the students shouted, his voice filled with panic. As if that weren't enough, a burst of energy from another direction lit up the sky. It was a reminder that the most powerful villains, like Shigaraki and All for One, were still fighting the main heroes. The group was caught between despair and confusion. But Izuku didn't hesitate. Divide your forces, you must be in charge of evacuating the civilians. His voice was authoritative, as if it were natural for him to give orders. The heroes and students looked at him in surprise, but something in his tone made them want to obey. And what will you do? Fat Gum asked, still suspicious but intrigued. I'm going to face that. Before anyone could stop him, Izuku took a step forward, but Fuyumi stopped him, grabbing his arm tightly. Wait, who are you? Why are you doing this? Izuku looked at her for a moment, his gaze soft but firm. Someone who can't stand by while others suffer. He gently released her grasp and began walking toward Gigantomachia. His figure disappeared into the smoke and debris, leaving behind a group of heroes and students who were unsure if they had witnessed a miracle or the beginning of something even greater. As he walked toward the epicenter, Izuku adjusted the Gai Bolg on his shoulder. His thoughts were with his master, Scáthach, who had given him the strength to get here. Teacher, this is my time. Thank you for everything. Now I must protect this world. Chaos surrounded him, but Izuku wasn't afraid. He'd faced far more terrifying beasts in the Shadow Realm. And while he didn't know exactly what lay ahead, he knew he was ready. Mount Lady gasped as she used all her strength to try to stop Gigantomachia's advance. Her legs trembled, her arms were covered in bruises, and her suit was in tatters from several failed attempts to stop the colossal villain. She had faced this monster before, and that time he had humiliated her, leaving her wounded and defeated. But this time, she wouldn't allow herself to fall so easily. I'm not going to let you destroy this city, he growled through gritted teeth as he dug his massive feet into the ground, trying to anchor it with all his strength. Gigantomachia, however, didn't seem to even flinch. His eyes blazed with inhuman fury as he twisted his massive body, raising an arm toward Mount Lady. With a brutal motion, he grabbed her face, crushing her with his gigantic hand before tossing her through the air like a mere toy. You barely had time to process what was happening before she was sent flying. As Gigantomachia advanced, ready to continue his path of destruction, a small figure compared to his immense size appeared in front of him, moving at a speed that seemed impossible. Before the titanic villain could react, the figure launched itself at his face with a powerful and precise kick. The impact resounded like thunder, and Gigantomachia's skull was slammed into the ground with a force that sent a cloud of dust and debris flying around him. Mount Lady, who had barely recovered his balance after his flight, fell to the ground with his head in shock from the shock wave generated by the kick. What the hell was that? Yu muttered, his eyes wide as he tried to focus on the figure now standing in front of Gigantomachia. When the dust cleared, he saw it. A young man with green hair tied in a low ponytail, dressed in a dark blue suit and a furry half-cloak. In his hand, he held a crimson spear that seemed to glow with an energy that defied all logic. Mount Lady couldn't believe what she was seeing. Who are you? He asked, his voice full of disbelief. Izuku Midoriya, the warrior of the Shadow Realm, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked toward Gigantomachia, who was already beginning to rise, shaking his head like an angry bull. There's no time for explanations, Izuku finally said, his voice firm but calm. He turned slightly toward Yu, barely sparing him a glance before returning his attention to the giant. If you can move, evacuate the civilians. This is just the beginning. Gigantomachia roared in fury, his face showing a bleeding cut where Izuku's kick had landed. Despite his size, his movements were swift as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes focused on the small figure that had knocked him down. Little insect, the titan growled as he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a crater. Izuku didn't flinch. He held the guy bulb in both hands, preparing for the next attack. He's strong, but I've faced worse, he thought as he analyzed Gigantomachia's movements. Izuku gritted his teeth as he tried to ignore the pain in his leg. The cramp he felt was a reminder of his rookie mistake. He hadn't used the runes. Manage Kan Wonjo Victoria Tewa's warrior, and Awa's horse to enhance its body and kick. A perfect blow wasted. Master would kill me if she knew, he thought bitterly, almost hearing Scáthach's stern voice in his mind. But there was no time for regrets. Gigantomachia was already beginning to rise, his roar echoing like thunder as his massive body reared up again. Izuku cursed again under his breath. If he had used the runes, the blow would likely have rendered the colossus unconscious. Despite his immense size and strength, Gigantomachia's movements were clumsy from Izuku's perspective. Each punch he threw was powerful, yet predictable. Izuku used his speed and accuracy to deflect the attacks upward, ensuring the impact didn't shake the ground too much and wouldn't affect nearby buildings. Stay still, bug, Gigantomachia roared as he threw a punch that Izuku dodged with a nimble spin, tracing a semicircle in the air with the guy bulb to redirect the force of the blow. Izuku, although focused, couldn't help but think about the absurdity of the situation. This guy has enough strength to wipe out a city, but, if I take advantage of his clumsiness, I can keep him at bay. But Gigantomachia had his limits, and his patience had reached its limit. With a cry of frustration, he raised both hands and brought them together in a hammer blow that fell with devastating force, shaking the entire city. Mount Lady squeezed her eyes shut, expecting the worst. The impact was so strong she felt the ground shake beneath her, the shockwaves threatening to knock her off her feet. But then, something happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw something he couldn't believe. Izuku, his face filled with effort, was taking Gigantomachia's blow. Using the length of the guy bulb's slash, he had blocked the attack, keeping him suspended in the air. The ground at Izuku's feet was completely shattered, deep fractures extending from where he stood. But his body, aside from his strained face and the sweat on his forehead, was unharmed. Mount Lady could barely process what she saw. How is this possible? He murmured, still trying to understand how someone so small could stop a monster like Gigantomachia. Izuku didn't have time for explanations. As he sustained the massive weight of the blow, his mind was working quickly. I can't keep this up for much longer. I have to use the runes now. With a swift motion, Izuku traced the necessary runes in the air, his fingers moving with precision as his voice summoned their power. Urus, Wonjo, Tewaz, Awaz. The runes glowed brightly, surrounding him with an energy that amplified his strength and endurance. Immediately, the weight he was holding became more manageable, and with a determined cry, he pushed upward, forcing Gigantomachia to take several steps back. The Titan staggered, surprised by the unexpected strength of his small opponent. Izuku took the moment to readjust his posture and cast a quick glance toward Mount Lady. Evacuate the civilians now, I can't hold him off forever. Mount Lady, still stunned, nodded quickly. Although she was hurt and exhausted, she understood that Izuku was creating an opportunity she couldn't waste. Gigantomachia, for his part, roared again, enraged at having been restrained. But now, something in his gaze had changed. It had gone from underestimation to caution. Izuku held the guy Bolg in front of him, his stance firm and his gaze fixed on the colossus. I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll finish you off. The warrior of the Shadow Realm was ready for the next assault, and although his body still felt the effects of his initial mistake, his will was unbreakable. Gigantomachia charged again, and with a defiant smile, Izuku rushed towards him, ready to face the Titan once more. Gigantomachia roared, his fury filling the air like thunder. The colossus couldn't understand how someone so small had managed to stop him and keep him at bay. His enormous body trembled as he charged at Izuku again, determined to crush him once and for all. Izuku, holding the guy Bolg in both hands, watched the giant with calculated calm. He wouldn't make any more mistakes. He'd learned from their initial confrontation, and now he was ready to finish this. With precise movements, he began to trace runes in the air, each symbol glowing with a light that seemed to defy the darkness surrounding the city. Uru's power, Wonjo, victory, Tewaz, warrior, Awaz, horse, Alja's, defense. The words flowed from his lips like a mantra as each rune floated in front of him, amplifying his strength and speed. Gigantomachia raised both arms, preparing for another devastating blow. The ground shook beneath his weight as he advanced on Izuku, but this time, the young warrior didn't back down. With the energy of the runes flowing through his body, Izuku rushed towards the Titan with a speed that made him look like a blur. I'm not going to let you keep destroying this place, he shouted, his voice resonating with a force that seemed beyond human understanding. When Gigantomachia launched his punch, Izuku dodged it with an agile spin, using the rune Awaz to enhance his movements. He took advantage of the opening and drew another rune in the air, Ansu's clarity. The symbol glowed brightly, allowing him to identify the weak points in the colossus's massive body structure. There you are, he murmured as he fixed his gaze on Gigantomachia's joints and neck. Izuku used the guy Bolg with surgical precision, attacking the points that the rune answer had revealed to him. With each blow, the spear pierced the giant's tough hide, causing the colossus to roar in pain and recoil. Gigantomachia tried to counterattack, throwing furious punches, but Izuku used Aljas to create temporary shields that deflected attacks, while the runes Urus and Tewaz they gave him the strength and endurance to keep going. Finally, Izuku gathered all the remaining energy from the runes into one final attack. He raised the guy Bolg, which now glowed with a crimson glow that illuminated everything around it. Wonjo, Urus, Sowilo, Sun, total victory. With a war cry, Izuku leapt towards Gigantomachia's chest. Propelled by the rune Awaz, the guy Bolg pierced his heart with an impact that resounded like thunder. Gigantomachia roared one last time before falling to his knees, his colossal body collapsing with a crash that shook the earth. When the dust settled, Izuku stood before Gigantomachia's motionless body. His hands still held the guy Bolg, which now rested on the giant's chest. The heroes and students who had been watching from a distance couldn't believe what they were seeing. One of the most fearsome villains had been defeated by a single individual, an unknown young man wielding a spear and powers no one fully understood. Mount Lady, panting from exertion, slowly approached Izuku. You did it, she murmured, still in disbelief. Izuku let out a deep sigh and withdrew the guy Bolg from Gigantomachia's body. His gaze was calm, but his eyes showed a hint of tiredness. There was no other option, he replied, turning to her. But this isn't over yet. Before he could say anything else, a distant roar and an explosion in another part of the city caught his attention. Without another word, he began walking towards the next battle, leaving behind the fallen colossus and the heroes who were still trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. As he walked forward, Izuku couldn't help but think about Scáthach. "Teacher, I've used everything you taught me. But there's still a lot left to do." The battle against Gigantomachia was just the beginning. The true challenge still awaited, and Izuku Midoriya, the warrior of the Shadow Realm, was ready to face it. The fall of the Titan was a symbol of hope, but also a warning: the war was not over. The battlefield was plunged into a deathly silence. The fallen figure of All Might, still clad in his Hercules armor, was a symbol of defeat that everyone present struggled to accept. The heroes, the civilians, even the students who idolized him, watched in disbelief as the pillar of their world had been brought down. And in the midst of all this, All for One started laughing. "Ha ha ha, look how they've fallen." His voice boomed like thunder as his psychotic laughter filled the streets. "All the sacrifice, all the legacy, and for what? For nothing." He leaned slightly toward All Might's limp body. "My dear brother, your dreams end here." The villain extended his hand, and a burst of energy began to gather in his palm. It was a massive attack, an explosion as fiery and devastating as the sun itself. The heroes could barely move, frozen by the weight of the situation. They knew that if the attack was unleashed, it would destroy not only them, but also the city and any remaining hope. From the roof of a nearby building, Izuku Midoriya watched the scene. He didn't need to think. He knew he had to act, and fast. Holding the Gai Bolg in both hands, he positioned it in a throwing stance. The spear began to glow brightly, its ancient magic awakening. It brimmed with energy, violence, and an insatiable hunger for blood. It was a weapon that had killed gods and heroes, and today would be no different. With a shout that echoed throughout the battlefield, he threw the spear. "Get your BOLG." The spear sliced through the air like a flash of crimson lightning, its trajectory perfect and straight towards All for One's heart. All for One turned his head at the scream, his crooked smile widening as he saw the approaching spear. "That's all it is, a spear," he mocked, deflecting the blast of energy stored in his hand toward the spear. The blast of heat was so intense it would have melted the toughest steel before reaching its target. His psychotic laughter filled the streets again as he watched the blast head towards the Gai Bolg. "Did you really think something so primitive could defeat me?" But his laughter stopped abruptly. The battlefield was filled with tension as All for One unleashed his energy blast, a blast so fiery and destructive that it seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path. All the heroes and civilians watching from a distance could see the fallen figure of All Might, his Hercules armor shattered, defenseless against the attack. The spectators, paralyzed with fear, couldn't tear their eyes away as a red spear, thrown by an unknown figure from a nearby building, hurtled toward the villain. At first, it seemed as if the spear would be destroyed before reaching its target. The Gai Bolg's straight trajectory seemed doomed by the force of the energy blast that lay in its path. But then the impossible happened. The Gai Bolg, a spear imbued with ancient magic and bloodlust, was no ordinary weapon. Those who watched saw something that defied logic. The spear's trajectory, initially straight, began to twist in various directions, as if searching for the best route to its target. It was as if it had a life of its own, as if it knew exactly how to avoid every obstacle in its path. Cause an effect had been reversed. The power of the Gai Bolg wasn't based on brute strength or human precision. Once launched, its target's fate was already sealed. No matter how much energy All for One unleashed, no matter how hard he tried to deflect it, the outcome had already been decided from the moment Izuku spoke his name. The spear had one purpose: to pierce All for One's heart. The blast of energy approached the spear, but the Gai Bolg didn't stop. Instead of directly confronting the power of the attack, it slithered through the energy flows like a snake, moving with supernatural precision. All for One, who had been laughing until then, fell silent when he saw the spear approaching. "What the?" was all he could say before the Gai Bolg pierced his chest, piercing his heart. The impact was devastating. The energy surrounding All for One dissipated instantly, as if the spear had ripped away not only his life, but also his connection to all the quirks he had accumulated. The battlefield fell silent as All for One's body was pierced by the red spear, the guy bold embedded in his chest. His gaze, normally filled with arrogance and malice, now reflected disbelief. "This isn't possible," he murmured, his voice weak as he felt his power fading. The heroes and civilians watching couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. The figure who had terrorized an entire generation, the seemingly invincible villain, had been defeated by a spear that defied all logic. All for One froze, his eyes wide as a flash of disbelief crossed his face. His body began to tremble, and one by one, all the quirks he had accumulated over centuries faded away. The guy bold's magic hadn't just wounded his body, it had destroyed his connection to his power, stripping him of everything. All for One fell to his knees, staring in horror at the spear still glowing in his chest. What is this?" he murmured, his voice trembling for the first time. The heroes and civilians present watched in silence, unable to process what had just happened. Izuku's figure leapt from the building, landing gracefully on the battlefield. He walked over to All for One, who was still on his knees, unable to get up. Izuku held the guy bold in one hand and, with a firm motion, removed it from the villain's body. The blood dripping from the spear seemed to evaporate instantly, as if consumed by the spear itself. Izuku looked All for One straight in the eyes, his voice cold but filled with determination. "This is not your world. Your reign ends here." All for One tried to speak, but his body collapsed, falling to the ground with a thud. Silence filled the streets again, but this time it wasn't one of despair, but of awe. All eyes were on Izuku Midoriya, the unknown man who had achieved the impossible. All Might, from where he had fallen, raised his head slightly upon hearing Izuku's words. Although weak, he managed to murmur, "Midoriya." Izuku didn't respond, he simply lifted the guy bold, letting it rest on his shoulder, and looked toward the horizon where other battles were still being fought. This isn't over yet, he thought, starting to walk toward his next challenge. And so the warrior from the Shadow Realm moved on, leaving behind a symbol of hope in a world that had nearly lost everything. The live broadcast of the battle between Toshinori Yagi, the hero known as All Might, and All for One had captured the attention of the entire world. Cameras focused on every movement, every blow, every moment of the fight. Millions of people followed the battle from their homes, offices, and streets, holding their breath as they witnessed a confrontation that would determine the future of hero society. The reporters, positioned at a safe distance, spoke in low voices, trying to remain calm as they recounted the events unfolding before them. "We're watching All Might, wearing his Hercules armor, battle All for One, the most dangerous villain of our era," a reporter said, her voice trembling slightly. "But it seems the battle is taking a devastating turn." The on-screen images showed All Might collapsing, his armor falling apart, unable to support his body. The screams of spectators in the streets could be heard even through the broadcast. "This can't be true," another commenter exclaimed, as All Might falling. "Is this the end of the symbol of peace?" The focus shifted to All for One, whose laughter echoed through the microphones, mocking the dreams and sacrifices of the heroes and his own younger brother. "It's a dark time for humanity," the reporter added, tears sniffing as she watched All Might fall. "Who can stop this?" Then, something happened that no one expected. A red spear, launched from a distance, burst onto the battlefield, completely diverting the attention of the commentators and cameras. What's that?" a reporter asked, his voice thick with disbelief. The cameras focused on the spear as it sped through the air. It looked like an ancient weapon, but brimming with an energy that defied all logic. At first, it looked like it would be destroyed by All for One's energy blast, but then something changed. "The spear is moving," the reporter shouted. "It's dodging the energy." The audience at home and on the streets watched in awe as the spear's trajectory twisted and turned, seeking its target. And then, the decisive moment occurred. The guy bold pierced All for One's heart, silencing his laughter and halting all of his quirks instantly. The whole world fell silent. Cameras focused on All for One's fallen body as the figure who threw the spear approached. The feed showed a young man with green hair tied in a low ponytail, wearing a deep blue suit and a cape made of what appeared to be animal fur. The silence in the reporters' studio was broken only by the questions that began to arise. "Who is he?" one of the commentators asked, still unable to process what had just happened. That was impossible, another exclaimed. How could a spear defeat All for One? Spectators at home and on the streets began to frantically speculate. Social media was filled with messages, theories, and videos of the exact moment the spear pierced All for One's heart. The reporters tried to regain their composure as the camera focused on the unknown young man removing the spear from the villain's body. This mysterious warrior, the reporter said, trying to keep her voice steady. Is he a hero? An ally? Where does he come from? What we know so far is that his intervention has changed the course of the battle, another commentator added. All for One, the seemingly invincible villain, has fallen. But who is this young man? The footage showed Izuku Midoriya walking toward All Might, holding the guy Bak with a calmness that contrasted with the chaos surrounding him. His face was serious, but his posture radiated a confidence that left all the viewers fascinated. At that moment, the words of one of the reporters captured the collective sentiment. Whoever this young man is, today he has become the savior no one expected. The broadcast of the battle and All for One's fall became a global event. Around the world, people discussed the unknown warrior who had defeated the greatest villain of the era. Some called it a miracle, others saw it as a new symbol of hope. The questions persisted. Who is this young man? How did he manage to defeat All for One? What does his appearance mean for the future of heroes? Meanwhile, the cameras continued to focus on Izuku as he moved on to his next challenge, leaving behind a world that was only just beginning to understand what had happened. The era of All for One was over, and with it, the world had seen the birth of a new legend. In the heart of the city, chaos continued. Shigaraki Tamura, now the wielder of All for One's quirks, faced three heroes determined to stop him: Katsuki Bakugo, Fumikage Tokiyami, and Mirio Tagata, the current successor of One for All. The fight was intense. Shigaraki, with his modified, power-saturated body, seemed like an unstoppable force. However, something strange was happening. Despite his overwhelming dominance on the battlefield, his gaze displayed an internal conflict, as if he were fighting against something greater than the heroes. Inside his mind, Shigaraki was engaged in a different battle. The presence of All for One, his master and the source of his power, was attempting to take complete control of his body after his death. See what I told you, Tamura. All for One's voice echoed in his mind, mocking and authoritarian. Without me, you're nothing. Let me guide you. Let me lead the way. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, his breathing heavy as he tried to resist. I don't need you to guide me, he screamed in his mind. This is my dream, not yours. But the pressure was intense. All for One's consciousness had grown more aggressive since the moment the guy Bold had pierced his heart, as if his desperation was driving him to cling to the only anchor he had left, Shigaraki. Your dream is useless without my power. I am the one who made you strong. I am the one who gave you purpose. Shigaraki fell to his knees momentarily on the battlefield, his hands clutching his head as internal conflict consumed him. Now, Bakugo shouted, taking advantage of Shigaraki's moment of weakness. With his explosions roaring, Bakugo launched himself at Shigaraki, targeting his weak spots with deadly precision. At his side, Tokiyami, utilizing the darkness of Dark Shadow, covered Bakugo while launching attacks from different angles. Mirio, using One for All, was the unpredictable element of the team. With his ability to break through any obstacle, he would appear and disappear around Shigaraki, looking for opportunities to strike. Don't stop, Mirio, Tokiyami shouted. We've got him off balance. Mirio, with a determined smile, nodded. Understood. Shigaraki, though dazed by the internal conflict, began to regain control. His gaze focused on Bakugo, who was launching a series of blasts aimed at his torso. Pesky insects, he muttered, raising a hand and unleashing a wave of decay that forced the heroes back. Mirio stepped forward, activating One for All at its fullest potential. His body glowed with energy, and the ground shook beneath his power. I won't let you keep destroying everything we have, he shouted, launching himself at Shigaraki with a powered-up punch that connected with his chest, sending him stumbling back several meters. Mirio Tagata, with the power of One for All flowing through his body, launched a devastating blow that connected directly with Shigaraki. The impact was so strong that it shook the battlefield and sent Shigaraki flying backward, crashing into the ground with a deafening crash. "Are you fighting something?" he muttered to himself. But at that moment, something deep and dark happened inside Shigaraki. In the vestige world, where the consciousnesses of the previous wielders of the stolen quirks coexisted with Shigaraki's, All for One's presence materialized with overwhelming power. All for One loomed like a titanic shadow in the vestige world, his figure surrounded by a black aura that seemed to absorb all light. "Tamura," his voice resonated, deep and commanding. "You were always my masterpiece, but I see that you are still too weak to fulfill our purpose." Shigaraki, weakened by Mirio's impact and internal conflict, fell to his knees within his own mental space. "I don't need your help," he shouted, trying to get up. "This is my body, my dream." But All for One showed no mercy. With a gesture, he reached out and began crushing Shigaraki's consciousness, his crushing presence enveloping everything. "Your dream is meaningless. What matters is my legacy." All for One's voice grew louder, more terrifying. "Now, I will take complete control." In the real world, Shigaraki's body rose, but it was no longer him. The movements were cold, calculated, completely unlike his usual chaotic style. All for One had taken control. "Finally," he said, his voice resonating through Shigaraki's body as he looked at the heroes in front of him. "It's good to be back." Wasting no time, All for One activated his mud quirk, seeking to teleport to one of their hidden bases to regroup. A dark, slimy mass began to form around his body as the portal slowly opened. But before he could complete his escape, a crimson flash appeared on the horizon. The Guy Bold, launched by Izuku Midoriya, sped through the air like an arrow imbued with ancient magic. The spear wasn't like any other weapon, its trajectory twisted, relentlessly pursuing All for One's presence, no matter where he hid. All for One, inside Shigaraki's body, tried to react, but it was useless. The spear didn't follow the laws of logic. Fate had already been decided from the moment the Guy Bold was summoned. The heart in Shigaraki's body was pierced, and with it, All for One's connection to his new host. What is this?" All for One screamed, his voice filled with disbelief and despair as he felt his control crumble. The Guy Bold's magic was relentless. No matter how hard All for One tried to switch bodies or manipulate his surroundings, he couldn't escape his fate. Shigaraki's body collapsed, falling to the ground with a thud. The spear still glowed, its energy enveloping everything around it, ensuring that no trace of All for One could linger. Inside the vestige world, All for One screamed as his figure began to fade. "No. It can't be. I'm immortal, I'm eternal." But the Guy Bold was unforgiving. Its power transcended quirks, time, and space. It was a weapon designed to fulfill its purpose, and that purpose was to destroy its target no matter the circumstances. As the dust settled, the heroes watched in silence as the Guy Bold launched itself from Shigaraki's body, returning to the hands of Izuku, who had descended onto the battlefield. Mirio, Bakugo, and Tokiyami stared at Izuku in disbelief. They had faced Shigaraki, but this unknown young man had ended the battle in a way none of them could understand. Izuku held the Guy Bold, his gaze fixed on Shigaraki's fallen body. "This wasn't just the end of you, All for One. It was the end of your legacy," he murmured, his voice calm but filled with determination. Mirio stepped forward, still with One for All glowing on his body. "You, who are you?" Izuku looked at Mirio, recognizing the power emanating from him. He lowered the Guy Bold and calmly replied, "I am someone who will not allow chaos to consume this world." Bakugo, still processing what had just happened, crossed his arms and growled. "That doesn't answer anything, idiot." Izuku, with a slight smile, turned on his heels and began walking. The city, though shaken to its foundations, had found some respite after the fall of Gigantomachia, All for One, and Shigaraki. The streets, filled with rubble and smoke, were now covered in an eerie silence that contrasted with the chaos of the previous hours. The students and heroes who were still able to move gathered in groups as ambulances and authorities arrived. Paramedics treated the injured, and the police began collecting testimonies to understand what had happened. One by one, the students and heroes were questioned by the officers. Mount Lady, visibly injured but stable, excitedly recounted the arrival of the spearman. "He appeared out of nowhere when I was already on the verge of defeat. It was incredible. He used that spear as if it were meant to take down Gigantomachia. I don't know who he is, but without him, we wouldn't be here. Fuyumi Todoroki, although still shaken, corroborated what Mount Lady said. Not only did he save my family and me from Dabi, but there was something about him. His determination, his presence. It was like he was destined to turn the tide of the battle. The officers took careful notes, albeit with skeptical looks. A boy with an ancient spear saving the day wasn't something that would easily fit into their reports. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya, the young man everyone was talking about, was leaning against a nearby wall. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes were analyzing every movement around him. The guy bulb rested on his shoulder, its bright glow now dimmed, but still intimidating. He knew the police had seen him. He knew they would eventually close in on him, and he had no intention of running away. Two officers walked toward him, one of them holding a notebook. Their expressions were serious, but also showed a trace of curiosity. "Are you the spear boy?" the lead officer asked, stopping a few steps from Izuku. Izuku nodded slowly, not looking away. "That's how it is." The officer frowned, looking at the spear and then at Izuku. "We have multiple accounts that you saved several heroes and civilians, but also that you commanded a force that we don't fully understand. We need to know who you were and what you were doing here." Izuku held the officer's gaze, his face impassive. "I'm someone who was in the right place when they needed me. That's all they need to know." The other officer, less patient, stepped forward. "That's not enough. This is official business. We need your name and any information you have about that thing," the guy bold pointed out. Before Izuku could respond, a loud interrupted the conversation. Katsuki Bakugo's eyes, who had been listening from a distance, widened as if they were about to pop out of his face. He walked quickly toward Izuku, ignoring the police officers. "Wait a damn second," he shouted, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. "Deku." Izuku slowly turned towards him, maintaining his usual calm. "Hola, Kachan." Bakugo's expression went from surprise to fury in a matter of seconds. "Where the hell have you been all this time? I thought you were dead." "Everyone thought so." The officers looked at Bakugo and then at Izuku, clearly confused. "Do you know this boy?" one of them asked. "Of course I know him," Bakugo shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Izuku. "This idiot is Izuku Midoriya. He was supposed to be dead 2 damn years ago." The name fell like a bombshell on those present. The students and heroes nearby froze, processing the revelation. "Midoriya," Tokiyami murmured, clearly surprised. Mirio, who had been watching silently, stepped forward, looking at Izuku with renewed curiosity. "So, it's you." His voice was calm, but thick with emotion. "You're the boy everyone thought was lost." Izuku sighed, looking at Bakugo with a mixture of nostalgia and patience. "There's a lot to explain, but not here." He looked at the police officers. "If you want to know more, you'll have to wait." The officers exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. As the chaos began to dissipate, Izuku's presence raised more questions than it answered. The heroes, students, and authorities now knew that the young man who had turned the tide of the battle was Izuku Midoriya, but his return was shrouded in mystery. With the guy bulb resting on his shoulder, Izuku knew this was just the beginning. The world had changed in his absence, and now it was his turn to face the consequences of his return. Despite the commotion, the officers maintained their composure long enough to report what was happening. Using their communicators, they made a direct call to dispatch, ensuring their instructions were clear. "We have a subject identified as Izuku Midoriya." "Yes, Izuku Midoriya, the young man who disappeared 2 years ago." All Might left clear instructions that we were to contact him immediately if this name came up. The response was almost immediate. All Might, still wounded from the battle against All for One, ordered them to take Izuku to the nearest police station. "Take him to the station and make sure no one touches him. I'll be there as soon as I'm stabilized." The officers nodded, albeit nervously. They knew they had a delicate task at hand, especially considering the testimony. Meanwhile, the officers on the scene knew they still had a duty to fulfill. There was clear evidence that Izuku had killed All for One, Shigaraki, and Gigantomachia. Although his actions had saved lives and likely prevented a greater catastrophe, it was their responsibility to investigate and clarify the events. One of the officers, trying to remain calm, stepped forward. "Mr. Midoriya, we appreciate what you did to protect the city, but we need you to come with us to answer some questions. Based on the testimony we've received, there are legal issues we need to address." Izuku, who had remained silent until then, looked up. His expression remained calm, but his eyes held a sharp gleam, like those of a predator assessing the situation. "Legal issues," he repeated, his tone low but sharp. The officer swallowed, feeling the air around him seem to grow heavier. "Yes, according to the statements of several witnesses, you killed 3 individuals, all for one, Shigaraki and Gigantomachia." Izuku took a step forward, and although he didn't raise his voice, his tone was clear enough for everyone to hear. "If you intend to handcuff me, I warn you that it will not be good for either of you." The threat wasn't explicit, but everyone felt it as a promise of pain. The tension in the room instantly soared. The students and heroes present felt a chill run down their spines. When Izuku Midoriya, the unknown young man who had turned the tide of the battle, issued his warning to the police officers, the atmosphere instantly changed. It was as if a shadow had fallen over the city. Mount Lady, who had been watching from a safe distance, felt something more than simple adrenaline. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest, not just from the danger radiating from Izuku, but from something deeper, something visceral. "What the hell?" she muttered to herself, trying to process what she was feeling. The tone of his voice, low and full of authority, resonated in her mind. It was a mixture of fear and an inexplicable attraction. There was something about him, about his presence, that awakened something primal within her. Fuyumi and Rei Todoroki, standing near the police officers, also felt the change in the air. It was as if they had suddenly entered the hunting ground of an apex predator. "The air is different," Fuyumi murmured, clutching her arms to her chest. Rei didn't say anything, but her breathing quickened as she felt a chill run down her spine. It wasn't just fear, it was the sensation of standing in front of someone on a completely different level than anyone else in the room. The students nearby exchanged nervous glances. Many of them had read about the Izuku Midoriya case. They knew he was the young man who had disappeared 2 years ago, suspected of committing suicide after being rejected by the heroic establishment. But the boy standing before them now didn't look like the one in the archive photos. He was taller, stronger, and had a presence that seemed to fill every corner of the space he occupied. Kirishima, normally optimistic, swallowed as he tried to process what he saw. "Is this the same Midoriya we read about?" he asked his classmates in a low voice. Mina nodded, not taking her eyes off Izuku. "I don't know what happened to him, but he's definitely not the same." Mount Lady, unable to take her eyes off Izuku, let out a sigh as she tried to control the mix of emotions she felt. "It's like he's a wolf surrounded by lambs," she said softly, her tone a mixture of fear and fascination. Fuyumi looked at her mother, who looked as affected as she was. "Mom, what's going on with him?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Rei shook her head, unable to respond. She didn't know what to say. Bakugo, who had been watching from a distance, finally exploded. "That damn nerd is acting like he's the king of the world," he shouted, though even he felt the pressure Izuku was giving off. The heroes and students didn't know whether to approach or stay away. Doubt and fear kept them paralyzed, but one thing was clear: Izuku Midoriya was no longer the fragile boy everyone thought he was. He was something more, something that inspired both fear and respect. When Izuku finally stopped talking, the air seemed to flow again, though the tension remained. The officers, though nervous, tried to compose themselves as they prepared to escort him away. But even as they moved, the memory of Izuku's warning and the pressure they had felt would stay with them. Izuku hadn't just changed physically, he'd changed completely as a person. Now, he was a wolf among sheep, an alpha whose presence couldn't be ignored. Fuyumi, who was also present, clenched her fists, noticing how even the air seemed different around Izuku. The officers exchanged nervous glances, feeling the weight of Izuku's presence. It was as if they were surrounded by a pack of wolves, and he was the alpha. Finally, The chief officer raised his hands in a gesture of calm. "We don't want any trouble, Midoriya." His voice trembled slightly, but he tried to maintain his composure. "We just want to get the facts straight. We can do it at the station, without any unnecessary measures." Izuku stared at the officer for a few seconds that felt like an eternity. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Okay, but I'm warning you, if you try anything, I won't be responsible for what happens." The officers nodded quickly, relieved that Izuku wasn't resisting. However, the fear still hadn't left their bodies. As he was escorted toward one of the police vehicles, the heroes and students watched him in silence. No one dared to speak, but they all shared the same thought. This Izuku Midoriya wasn't the same boy who disappeared 2 years ago. He had changed, and was now someone who inspired both admiration and fear. Izuku Midoriya finally agreed to accompany the officers to the station, where All Might had promised to meet them. His demeanor was calm, almost indifferent, as if he were completely certain there was nothing to fear. As the officers escorted him to the patrol car, one of them, apparently more confident than the others, attempted to take custody of the guy bold. "By protocol, we need to confiscate that weapon until things are clear," he said, reaching for the spear resting on Izuku's shoulder. However, before he could touch her, Izuku spoke without even turning his head. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, at least not if you want to keep your fingers." Izuku's tone wasn't threatening, but calm, as if he were giving simple advice. But it was enough to freeze the officer in place. At first, the officers thought it was a direct threat from Izuku. But then they saw it, the mocking smile that appeared on the young man's face. He's not joking, but he's not the one who'll do anything either. It's the spear, they thought, feeling a chill run through their bodies. The officer slowly withdrew his hand, as if some primitive instinct warned him not to touch that weapon. Another, younger officer couldn't help but ask, "What does that thing do if someone else touches it?" Izuku turned slightly towards him, his mocking smile still present. "Do you really want to find out?" he asked calmly, letting silence fill the space. No one answered. No one dared. Izuku climbed into the patrol car without further resistance, settling into the back seat with the guy bold resting beside him. His posture was relaxed, as if he weren't being escorted by the police, but traveling of his own accord. The officers exchanged nervous glances before starting the vehicle. During the drive, the atmosphere in the patrol car was tense. No one said anything, but the weight of Izuku's presence filled the space. The officers couldn't help but glance at the young man in the rearview mirror, wondering what they were really escorting. Izuku, for his part, stared out the window, seemingly unconcerned. However, his eyes shone with calculating focus, as if he were assessing every detail around him. "All Might, I guess it's about time," he thought, allowing a slight smile to cross his face before returning to his usual calm. As the patrol car carrying Izuku Midoriya drove away, the atmosphere in the area began to relax, but only slightly. The tension his presence had created lingered, as if still fresh in the minds of everyone who had witnessed it. Yu Takayama, Mount Lady, let out a long sigh, unaware that she had been holding her breath for several minutes. Finally, he murmured, placing a hand over his chest, where his heart was still beating rapidly. But it wasn't just relief that Izuku had left the area. There was something else, something she couldn't ignore. Her mind kept going back to the moment Izuku had spoken, his tone low but authoritative, and the way he controlled the situation with an almost intimidating calm. "This is ridiculous," she told herself, shaking her head as she tried to ignore the heat in her chest. But I couldn't help it. There was something incredibly appealing about the way he radiated danger, power, and control. Fuyumi, who was sitting next to her mother Rei, was in a similar situation. Even as she tried to process everything that had happened, her mind kept returning to the moment Izuku warned the police. Her heart was beating fast, and the slight blush on her cheeks didn't go unnoticed by Rei, who looked at her curiously. "Fuyumi, are you okay?" he asked, his voice soft but concerned. Fuyumi nodded quickly, although she couldn't completely control her nervousness. Yes, Mom. It's just that." She stopped, not knowing how to explain what she felt. "How could I say that? In addition to fear, I'd felt an inexplicable attraction to this young man everyone thought was dead." It was a feeling I hadn't expected, but one I couldn't ignore. The students, for their part, couldn't stop talking about what they had just witnessed. Kirishima, always optimistic, tried to put words to what everyone was thinking. "That guy, Midoriya, what the hell happened to him?" he asked, looking at his classmates with a mixture of confusion and admiration. Mina crossed her arms, still trying to process what she had seen. "Whatever it is, it's not the same boy the files were talking about. This Midoriya, he's scary." Tokiyami, with his usual serious look, added, "It's more than that, his presence was almost oppressive. As if he was on a completely different level than us." Even Bakugo, though normally loud, fell silent, staring in the direction the patrol had disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly, his thoughts in chaos as he tried to reconcile the Izuku he knew with the one he'd just seen. "Fucking nerd," he muttered, his voice low but full of frustration. "What the hell did you do to yourself?" The remaining paramedics and heroes were also in shock. Although their work required them to focus on caring for the wounded, many couldn't help but look where Izuku had been moments before. One of the doctors, while bandaging a hero, murmured, "I'd never felt anything like that before. It was like I wasn't completely human." Fat Gum, who was watching everything from a distance, crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "That boy has a weight on his shoulders I can't even begin to imagine. But what worries me most is what he'll do with it all." When the place finally calmed down, only questions remained in the minds of everyone present. What had happened to Izuku Midoriya in the 2 years he'd been missing? How had he acquired this presence that seemed to fill the space around him? What did his return mean for the world of heroes? As the wind began to blow gently through the rubble of the city, one thing was certain: Izuku's return had changed everything, and no one knew what to expect next. When they arrived at the station, there were already several important figures waiting for them. Among them, All Might, and Nezu, with his usual calm but attentive expression. The officers opened the patrol car door, but Izuku stepped out on his own before they could invite him in. With the guy bulge still on his shoulder, he walked toward All Might and Nezu with a calmness that seemed to unnerve everyone present. All Might watched him with a mixture of disbelief and suppressed emotion. "Midoriya," he murmured, barely audible. Nezu, on the other hand, smiled slightly, but his eyes shone with curiosity and caution. "It seems we've found the young man we've heard so much about," he said, his tone calm but full of meaning. Or rather, he decided to let himself be found. Izuku stopped in front of them, his expression as calm as ever. "I suppose we have a lot to talk about," he said, letting his gaze travel over the two of them before focusing on All Might. "Especially with you." The atmosphere became even more tense. The reunion that had been awaited for 2 years was finally happening, but the dynamic between them was no longer the same. Izuku was escorted without resistance to an interrogation room. The officers accompanying him seemed tense, but Izuku remained calm, even nonchalant, as he sat in the cold metal chair. The atmosphere of the room was austere, with gray walls, a simple table, and a large one-way window that revealed his reflection, but which he knew well hid observers on the other side. As he waited, Izuku's keen senses confirmed what he already suspected. On the other side of the glass, there were 5 people watching him. 2 were the officers who had escorted him here, but the other 3 stood out. Nezu, the director of UA, a man who, judging by his movements, was probably All Might, and a detective he didn't recognize. Although he knew they were analyzing him from the other side of the glass, Izuku ignored them. Instead of worrying, he leaned back slightly in his seat and closed his eyes, taking advantage of the few minutes to relax. His breathing was calm, as if he were at home, not in an interrogation room. After about 10 minutes, the door opened with a soft creak. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, watching as 3 figures entered the room. The first to enter was All Might, his characteristically upright but clearly weakened posture, leaning on a crutch due to his recent injuries. Beside him, Nezu walked confidently, his small figure contrasting with the gravity of the situation. Finally, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi closed the door behind them, carrying a briefcase and wearing a serious but professional expression. Toshinori was the first to speak, although his voice seemed heavy with suppressed emotion. "Young Midoriya," he said, his tone soft but filled with a mixture of disbelief and relief. Nezu, with his usual calm, sat in the chair across from Izuku, letting Toshinori settle in next to him. Naomasa, meanwhile, stood near the door, watching Izuku with analytical eyes as he prepared a recorder. Izuku, for his part, remained calm but attentive. His gaze briefly passed over each of them before focusing on Nezu. "I take it this isn't just a simple chat, is it?" he said, his voice firm but devoid of any hostility. Nezu smiled slightly, though his gaze remained inquisitive. "Not quite, Midoriya Izuku. There are too many questions, and I think everyone here wants answers." Toshinori took a deep breath before speaking again. "Izuku, you disappeared 2 years ago. We thought." He stopped, as if he couldn't finish his sentence. "What happened to you?" Izuku looked straight at him, and for a moment, the room seemed to get smaller. "That's a long story, Toshinori. But before we begin, I want to know something." His gaze grew more intense. "What are you planning to do with me?" Naomasa, finally breaking his silence, stepped forward. "We're not here to condemn you, Izuku. But we need to understand what happened in these 2 years, how you got to where you are now, and—" He paused, looking at the guy bulb that Izuku was still casually holding, "what exactly that weapon is and how dangerous it can be." Izuku let out a slight smile, more ironic than friendly. "Oh, right, it all comes down to the spear. Always the tool, never the person, right?" Nezu tilted his head slightly, analyzing Izuku's every word and gesture. "Don't underestimate our interest in you, Izuku. The spear is only part of the puzzle. But before we talk about tools, we need to understand what led you to wield it." The tension in the room was palpable, but Izuku, as always, remained unfazed. Finally, he inclined his head slightly toward Nezu, as if accepting the invitation to speak. "All right," he said, his tone softer but still firm. "I'll tell you my story. But one thing must be clear." His gaze slowly passed over each of them before stopping again on Toshinori. "I'm not the same boy who disappeared 2 years ago. And nothing I tell you will change that." The room remained completely silent as Izuku began to speak. His tone was calm, almost distant, as if he were recounting someone else's story. Toshinori Yagi, Nezu, and Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi listened intently, aware that what they were about to hear would change everything they thought they knew. Izuku took a deep breath before starting. "After hearing your words that day, All Might," he began, glancing briefly at the hero before shifting his gaze to the table in front of him, "I felt like I had nothing left. I didn't have a quirk, I had no future as a hero, and the words of the person I admired most," he paused, closing his eyes for a moment, "took me over the edge." Toshinori clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling as he listened. "I jumped off a building, hoping it would all be over, but I never made it to the ground." Naomasa's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated his lie detection quirk. Although what Izuku was saying sounded impossible, his ability told him every word was true. "What happened next?" Nezu asked calmly, though his expression showed genuine interest. Izuku looked at him directly, his eyes showing a mixture of seriousness and melancholy. "I came to another place. A place where nightmares take shape. A place that shouldn't exist in this world." He paused, remembering the initial terror he'd felt. "There, I met Scáthach, the queen of the Shadow Realm." The mention of Scáthach made Izuku's posture relax slightly, a detail that didn't go unnoticed by Nezu. "She found me, saved me, and decided she couldn't let me go." Izuku's voice grew firmer. "She trained me, physically, to the limits of what my body could endure. And in magic, something I didn't even know existed in this world." Toshinori exchanged a quick glance with Nezu, clearly intrigued but also concerned. "Magic?" Naomasa asked, still processing the information. Izuku nodded. "Runes, spells, barriers, things the modern world has forgotten." She raised her hand slightly, tracing a small rune in the air. The light emanating from it briefly illuminated the room before fading. "Scáthach taught me to survive in a place where mana saturated the air, where the beasts of nightmares were real and deadly." Naomasa, who still had his quirk active, muttered to himself. "He's telling the truth." As Izuku spoke, Nezu couldn't help but notice how his gaze and tone changed at the mention of Scáthach. Though his voice was firm and serious, there was a hint of something else. Warmth, respect, even affection. She wasn't just his teacher, Nezu thought. There's something deeper to his relationship with her, something profound. He decided not to interrupt for now, but saved that observation for later. As Izuku finished recounting how Scáthach trained him, Nezu tilted his head slightly, analyzing every word he had heard. That explains how you got to be who you are now, Izuku. But there's something I still don't understand. Why did you come back now, after 2 years? Izuku let out a slight sigh, as if he had expected that question. Because my body, mind, and spirit finally became strong enough to survive the return journey. His tone was direct, leaving no room for doubt. The Shadow Realm isn't a place you can easily come and go. He paused before adding anything else. And also because Scáthach wanted me to gain more experience. Facing the real world was the next step in my training. The room fell silent again as the 3 men processed what Izuku had just said. Toshinori finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Izuku, I'm so sorry, for what I said, for what I caused. I never should have. Izuku interrupted him, raising a hand. There's nothing to apologize for, Toshinori. What you said took me to a place where I found purpose. Now, I'm here. That's all that matters. Izuku's response left Toshinori speechless. Nezu, ever the strategist, leaned forward slightly. Izuku, I understand this is just the beginning of your story, but you should know that your return won't be easy. The world has changed, and so have you. Izuku nodded slowly. I know. I don't expect it to be easy, but I'm not here to seek acceptance. I'm here because there are things I still need to do. Nezu gave a slight smile, although his mind was already working on possible scenarios. So, Izuku, what's next for you? Izuku looked at the 3 men in front of him, his expression serious but determined. That will depend on what you decide, but one thing is certain. I'm not here to back down. Nezu tilted his head to the side, his eyes shining with curiosity as he looked at the guy bulb resting next to Izuku. Izuku, that spear is unlike anything we've ever seen. What can you tell us about it? Izuku took a moment before answering, lightly stroking the shaft of the spear with his fingers. Not even I know everything about it, she admitted, her tone serious. What I know is what Scáthach told me. The spear was created long ago, from the carcasses of 2 ancient sea beasts called Kuruid and Koinchen. Beasts so powerful that only the queen of the Shadow Realm could hunt them. Toshinori, Nezu and Naomasa exchanged looks of astonishment. What exactly does it do? Nezu asked, clearly intrigued. Izuku continued, his voice calm but with a tinge of respect for the weapon he wielded. The Guy bulb reverses cause and effect. Once it's thrown with its name invoked, the outcome is already decided. No matter what you try, no matter how much power you use to stop it, the spear will find its way to its target. He paused, looking at the 3 men in front of him. Furthermore, the wounds caused by the spearhead cannot heal. Neither time, nor magic, nor any quirk can repair them. The silence in the room was absolute as Izuku concluded. It's a weapon to kill gods and other immortal creatures. Nezu leaned on the table, clearly impressed but also cautious. Such a powerful tool must be used with great care, Izuku. How do you handle the responsibility of wielding something meant to kill immortals? Izuku looked at him directly, his expression serene but firm. I don't use the Guy bulb lightly. If the spear comes loose, it's because there's no other option. Nezu nodded slowly, satisfied with the answer, but he didn't miss a crucial detail. The way Izuku spoke of Scáthach. After a few seconds of silence, Nezu changed the subject, his tone more analytical. Izuku, I'm intrigued by your relationship with Scáthach. From what you're describing, she seems to be more than just your teacher. What does she mean to you? Izuku frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by the question. He looked down, thinking carefully before answering. He began, his voice lower. She's my teacher and my savior. She's the one who gave me purpose when I had none. Nezu watched him closely, noticing the pause in his words and how his expression softened when he spoke of her. I understand, but Nezu insisted, his tone more persuasive. There's something else, isn't there? Izuku's silence was telling. He didn't say anything, but he didn't deny the insinuation either. His normally steady gaze shifted slightly, as if searching for the right words or deciding whether he should speak. Toshinori looked at Nezu, clearly confused, while Naomasa raised an eyebrow, interested but not intervening. Nezu, always shrewd, decided not to press him further directly. Whatever it is, it seems clear that Scáthach left a deep mark on your life, Izuku. Perhaps more than you're willing to admit. Izuku looked up, his expression returning to its usual calm, but he didn't respond. Silence fell again in the room as those present processed everything Izuku had revealed. The history of the guy bold, the relationship with Scáthach, and the implications of everything that had happened during those 2 years of absence were more than any of them had anticipated. Finally, Toshinori broke the silence. Izuku, whatever you've been through, I want you to know that there's still a place for you here, if you want it. Izuku looked at him, and for a moment, his expression showed a slight smile. Thank you, Toshinori. But, the world isn't the same, and neither am I. As the conversation with Izuku Midoriya came to a lull, Nezu leaned back in his chair, his small eyes shining with a mixture of wonder, concern, and deep curiosity. The information Izuku had shared was so unbelievable that it would have been easy to dismiss it as fantasy, but Nezu knew it was all true. He'd seen how Naomasa, with his lie detection quirk, hadn't detected any falsehood in Izuku's words. That meant the young man was being completely honest, as incredible as it seemed. A spear that reverses cause and effect. Nezu thought, stroking his chin with a paw. A tool capable of deciding fate before it's thrown. The description of the guy bold was not only terrifying, but also raised disturbing questions. What other weapons like this might exist in this supposed shadow realm? What implications would it have for the balance of power if this spear fell into the wrong hands? And what else had Izuku learned during his time there? Nezu knew Izuku seemed controlled and reliable, but even he couldn't ignore the inherent risk of such a powerful tool. A tool designed to kill gods. And other immortal creatures, he thought again, feeling a chill despite his usual calm. What intrigued Nezu most wasn't the spear, but Scáthach. The way Izuku spoke of her, the subtle shift in his tone and posture, suggested there was more to his relationship with the mythical figure. It's clear she was more than just a teacher, Nezu mused. Izuku sees her as someone who gave him purpose, yes, but there also seems to be a deeper emotional connection. Izuku's prolonged silence when she asked him directly about her had been revealing. While he hadn't confirmed anything, he hadn't denied it either. This isn't something we can ignore. If Scáthach is real, her influence on Izuku may go far beyond what he understands. What does that mean for his return to the real world? And how present is she in his life? Finally, Nezu couldn't stop thinking about the obvious change in Izuku. This isn't the same young man who disappeared 2 years ago, she thought as she watched the boy, who maintained a relaxed but alert posture. His physique, his confidence, his handling of magic, everything about him screams that he's someone who's faced things none of us can imagine. While this was positive in many ways, it also raised a concern. How much of Izuku's humanity had changed during his time in the Shadow Realm? Could he integrate back into hero society? Nezu understood that Izuku had acquired a completely different perspective on the world. He was now someone who faced not only physical threats, but also existential ones, something few could comprehend. Nezu finally broke the silence. Izuku, what you've shared today is incredible, to say the least. Her voice was calm, but laced with seriousness. There's a lot for us to process, but one thing is clear. Your return won't be simple, for you or for us. Izuku nodded, as if he had already expected those words. I know. I don't expect it to be. Nezu tilted his head slightly, a characteristic gesture of his when he was in deep thought. I think we should work together to define your place in this new context, Izuku. You're not the same boy who disappeared 2 years ago, but that doesn't mean there isn't a place for you here. Nezu's gaze softened slightly as he continued. However, I also hope that you are willing to trust us, as much as we must trust you. Izuku watched him for a moment before nodding again. I trust you, Nezu, but I'll need some time to adjust. Nezu nodded, satisfied for now. Izuku Midoriya has changed, that's undeniable. But if we can understand and support him, perhaps we can use his transformation to build something even greater. Nezu thought as he formulated a plan for Izuku's future in this new world. The air in the interrogation room grew colder as Izuku Midoriya looked up, his tone cold and calculating as he asked his question. Now that I've answered your questions, I have one of my own. Where is my mother? The question was direct, but it wasn't the content that made the atmosphere tense, but rather the way he phrased it. The calmness in his voice, the absolute control in his words, and the way his eyes seemed to scrutinize each person present as if assessing their worth. Nezu, Toshinori, and Naomasa exchanged quick glances. The answer wasn't simple. They knew that Inko Midoriya had suffered terribly during the 2 years Izuku had been missing. Her mental health had deteriorated to the point that she had to be admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Nezu, ever the strategist, saw an opportunity in that question. We could use this information to find out more about him. If you want to know about his mother, we could negotiate. But Nezu didn't have time to complete his thought before he felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time: pure prey drive. Before anyone could respond, Izuku bowed his head slightly, his expression remaining neutral. However, the atmosphere in the room changed drastically. The calm was broken by an invisible pressure, a sensation Toshinori and Naomasa felt deep within them, but which struck Nezu with a unique intensity. Izuku's presence wasn't simply intimidating, it was predatory. It was as if an alpha wolf had entered a small animal's den, staring directly at Nezu with eyes that not only warned, but guaranteed consequences. Izuku spoke, his tone low but laden with relentless certainty. Don't try to use my mother as a bargaining chip. It'll be a mistake you won't make twice. It wasn't a threat, it was a statement of fact, as confident and natural as gravity itself. Nezu felt a chill run through his body. His intellect told him he was safe, that Izuku wouldn't attack him there, but his primal instincts, those that had evolved to survive in a world full of predators, told him otherwise. For a moment, the UA director, known for his superior intellect and ability to plan for any situation, felt something he hadn't felt since escaping from his old lab. The urge to run and hide. This isn't normal, she thought, trying to compose herself. His presence is like that of an apex predator. What kind of training or experience led him to this? Toshinori, though physically weakened, noticed the change in Nezu and the pressure in the air. For a moment, his mind flashed back to his days facing All for One, remembering how that overwhelming presence filled the air, but this was different. Izuku. Toshinori began, trying to calm the situation. No one here wants to use your mother as a tool. We can explain what happened, but you need to understand that. Izuku interrupted him, his tone more controlled but still laden with authority. I hope so, Toshinori. For your sake. Nezu, regaining some composure, raised a hand in a gesture of peace. Izuku, I didn't mean to suggest we'd use that information to manipulate you. I just want to make sure you understand that we'll be sharing everything with you, but we need to handle the situation carefully. Izuku looked at him for a moment, and although the pressure in the environment didn't disappear completely, it decreased enough that Nezu could breathe more easily. Then tell me where it is. Izuku crossed his arms, his posture relaxed but still dominant. From the moment he entered the room, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi activated his lie detection quirk. He knew he was dealing with a young man who had experienced things beyond all logic, but what shocked him most was that everything Izuku said was true. When she heard Izuku's words, "You won't make that mistake twice," she felt something she hadn't expected. The walls seemed to close in around her. It wasn't just the weight of the phrase, but the absolute certainty with which it was spoken. This isn't a common threat, Naomasa thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's like gravity, inescapable. And thanks to my quirk, I know it's completely true. Though he was used to facing dangerous criminals, Izuku's presence was different. It wasn't aggressive or violent, but it was undeniably predatory, as if he controlled the situation with his mere existence. Trying to calm the atmosphere, Toshinori Yagi finally spoke, his voice filled with sadness and regret. Izuku, your mother, Inko, has suffered greatly since your disappearance. He paused, searching for the right words. After you left, she tried to find you for months, but, over time, her mental health began to deteriorate. Izuku listened silently, his gaze fixed on Toshinori as he spoke. She's in a mental hospital now, Toshinori continued. I pay all the fees, and I usually visit her regularly to make sure she's well cared for. Izuku nodded slowly, his expression showing a slight flicker of emotion, but his tone remained controlled. "Thank you, Toshinori. I appreciate you taking care of her in my absence." Toshinori looked up, surprised by the response. "Don't you blame me?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. Izuku shook his head, his tone firm but not cold. "No, your words were the breaking point, not the reason I jumped." He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. "My life was already filled with despair before that moment. You were only the catalyst, not the cause." Izuku's words seemed to ease some of the weight off Toshinori's shoulders, but they also left him with a feeling of deep sadness. Meanwhile, Naomasa remained silent, processing everything he had just heard. He knew Izuku was speaking the truth, but what struck him most was the way he said it, with a calmness and clarity that was almost dehumanizing. "This boy, he's not like anyone I've ever met before," Naomasa thought. "He speaks with a certainty that makes even the impossible feel real." The connection between Izuku and his mother also troubled him. Although the young man seemed controlled, Naomasa could sense the deep bond he had with her, something that was likely key to maintaining his humanity. Toshinori, though clearly relieved not to be directly blamed by Izuku, couldn't help but feel responsible for what had happened. "Izuku, I know I'm not the cause, but I still feel like I failed you. I never should have said those words to you." Izuku looked at him directly, his expression softer this time. "What matters is what happened next. I'm here now, thanks to what I faced. There's no point in mourning over something that can't be changed." Izuku's words were practical, but there was a sincerity in them that touched Toshinori. The atmosphere in the room was still heavy, but no longer from the implicit threat. It was the weight of the truths being shared, and how those truths were changing everyone's perception of Izuku. Nezu, who had been watching silently, finally intervened. "Izuku, it seems like your mother is still an important pillar for you, even after everything you've been through." Izuku nodded. "She's always been my strength. Everything I've done, including my decision to come back, is so that one day I can look her in the eyes and tell her she doesn't need to worry about me anymore." Naomasa, still processing the certainty of those words, couldn't help but think. No matter what he's faced, his humanity is still there. But it's also clear that he's someone who won't forgive if someone crosses the line with what he cares about. As the conversation continued, Nezu couldn't get his mind off what had happened moments before. He's changed not only physically, but psychologically as well. His presence is enough to make me back off, she thought, looking at Izuku with renewed caution. This boy isn't just a teenager anymore. He's something more. However, Nezu also recognized something else. Izuku was loyal to what he valued, and his mother was the key to his humanity. If we handle this carefully, we can work with it, but we must never forget what it is now. Izuku stood up from his seat after finishing the conversation, his presence still commanding as he walked towards the door without waiting for instructions from the others. The officers waiting on the other side of the room reacted immediately, moving to stop him. However, both Nezu and Naomasa intervened before he could escalate. "Let him pass," Nezu ordered, his tone firm but calm. The officers exchanged glances, but obeyed, making way for Izuku. All Might, who had been watching, stepped forward as Izuku walked out. "Izuku, let me take you to the hospital." Izuku looked at him for a moment, assessing him, before nodding with a slight tilt of his head. "Thank you." The drive to the mental hospital was silent. Izuku remained calm, staring out the window as Toshinori drove. Although he didn't say anything, his mind was filled with thoughts and emotions that he could barely sort through. When they arrived at the hospital, a nurse greeted them at the entrance. The hallways were long and bright, but for Izuku, every step toward his mother's room made his heart beat faster. Toshinori walked beside her, his presence silent but comforting, as the nurse guided them. "It's right here," the nurse said, stopping in front of a door. Izuku took a moment before turning the knob. He took a deep breath, trying to control the mix of emotions that were overwhelming him. The door opened slowly, revealing a simple but cozy room. Sitting in a chair by the window was Inko Midoriya. Her eyes were slightly tired, but upon hearing the noise, she turned toward the door. For a moment, her gaze reflected a mixture of hope and confusion. The young man who had entered didn't quite resemble the son she remembered. He was taller, stronger, and his hair, now longer, was tied back in a low ponytail. But then, she saw him. His eyes. The same eyes he had known since the day he was born. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice breaking as tears began to fill her eyes. Izuku slowly approached, his own eyes showing a mixture of joy, relief, and pain. "Mom," he said, his voice soft but full of emotion. Inko stood up from her chair with difficulty, stretching her arms out toward him. Izuku, now much taller than her, leaned down to hug her. The hug was tight, as if he wanted to reassure himself that it wasn't a dream. "It's you, it's really you," Inko murmured between sobs, clinging to him as if afraid he'd disappear again. Izuku closed his eyes, allowing himself to momentarily forget everything he'd faced. In that instant, he wasn't a warrior from the Shadow Realm, nor someone carrying a spear designed to kill gods. He was just a son, hugging his mother. Toshinori watched from the doorway, his own eyes filling with tears as he took in the scene. Although he knew his relationship with Izuku was complicated, he felt immense joy at seeing them reunited. After a few moments, Izuku gently broke the hug, looking at his mother with a slight smile. "I'm back, Mom, and I'm not leaving again." Inko nodded, her tears falling freely as she touched her son's face. I thought I'd lost you forever." Izuku shook his head. "Never, Mom. I always found a way to get back to you." The room fell silent as mother and son shared a moment that seemed to freeze time. For Izuku, this was the real reason he had returned. Not to explain his absence, nor to wield the Gai Bolg in the real world. But so his mother could see him again and know he was okay. Sitting across from each other in the hospital room, Izuku Midoriya and his mother, Inko, shared a moment they had both longed for years. Inko had stopped crying, but her face still reflected a mixture of love, relief, and concern. "Izuku," she began, her voice still shaky. "I need to know what happened to you. Where have you been all this time?" Izuku nodded slowly. He knew he'd have to explain everything, or at least most of it. "Mom," he said, his tone softer than before. "What I'm about to tell you will be hard to believe, but every word is true." Inko stared at him, nodding as she took his hands in hers. "I trust you, Izuku. Just tell me the truth." Izuku took a deep breath before starting. "After that day, when I jumped, I expected it to all be over. But I never made it to the ground. Instead, I woke up somewhere else. A dark place, filled with creatures that could only be described as nightmares." Inko clenched her hands lightly, her face showing anguish as she imagined what her son had faced. "That place is called the Shadow Realm. I met someone there, someone who saved me. Her name is Scáthach, the queen of that place." Izuku went on to describe Scáthach in great detail, her strength, her intimidating presence, but also her wisdom and compassion, hidden behind her stern exterior. "She trained me, Mother. Physically, she pushed me beyond my limits. And she also taught me magic, things the modern world has forgotten." His gaze grew more serious. "She taught me to survive in a place where nightmares are real, where every day is a fight for life." Inko listened to him attentively, her eyes full of wonder and concern. As she listened to her son's words, Inko Midoriya felt a roller coaster of emotions. On one hand, the joy of having him back filled her heart. On the other, the story Izuku shared with her was so incredible, so heartbreaking, that she could barely process it. When she mentioned the Shadow Realm, a place where nightmares took shape, she felt a chill. But it was the name Scáthach that stirred something deeper within her. "Scáthach," he repeated in his mind as Izuku continued to explain. "That woman is more than just a mentor to him." "I know, I'm sorry." Inko had learned to read her son like an open book since he was little. She knew when he was excited, when he was sad, and when he was hiding something. As Izuku spoke of Scáthach, his tone was respectful, even reverent, but there was something else. A warmth and softness in his gaze that she couldn't miss. He doesn't just respect her. He admires her. He loves her. He thought, though he didn't say anything. As Izuku described how Scáthach had trained, saved, and guided him, Inko felt a faint ache in her chest. It wasn't jealousy or mistrust, but a sense that her son had shared a deep bond with someone else in her absence. She was his salvation at a time when I couldn't be there for him. That's why, even though it hurts, I'm grateful to this woman." By the time Izuku finished speaking, Inko knew he hadn't told her everything. There was something in his body language, in the way he avoided specific details, that told her there were aspects of his relationship with Scáthach he wasn't ready to share. "But I wouldn't push him. When you're ready, you'll tell me. I don't want to force it now that I finally have him back." Instead, she chose to show him that she was there for him, no matter what had happened. "Izuku, what you went through was more than anyone should ever have to endure. But you found a way to come back. That's all that matters to me." Seeing her son's slight smile and the way his shoulders relaxed at her words, she knew she had done the right thing. However, the name Scáthach wouldn't leave his mind. There was something powerful about the way Izuku said it, as if he were talking about someone who had shaped every fiber of his being. "Scáthach, the queen of the Shadow Realm. What kind of woman is she? What did she do to save my son? And what did he mean to her?" Inko didn't know if she would ever have answers to those questions, but she did know one thing. That woman had a profound impact on Izuku. "And this, Scáthach, what does it mean to you?" Izuku paused, considering how to respond. "She was my teacher, my savior, the one who gave me purpose when I had nothing." But as she said those words, her mind returned to that last night in the Shadow Realm. The night Scáthach stopped being just her mentor and became something more. A moment she couldn't share with her mother, not out of shame, but because she felt it was too intimate, too personal. Inko stared at him, as if trying to decipher something else behind his words. "Izuku," she finally said, her voice full of tenderness. "It seems like she meant a lot to you, more than you're letting on now." Izuku looked away for a moment, but then nodded slightly. "Yes, she was more than a teacher. But I don't think it's something I can fully explain." Inko accepted it, even though she could sense there was something her son wasn't saying. She didn't insist. Instead, she squeezed his hands again. "The only thing that matters is that you're here now. What you went through was unimaginable. But you came back, and that's all I need to know." Izuku felt a pang of relief at her words. "Thanks, Mom." As they continued talking, Inko asked a question that left Izuku thoughtful. "Will you return to that place? To the Kingdom of Shadows?" Izuku shook his head slowly. "No, I don't plan on going back for now. Scáthach told me my next test was here, in the real world. I have things to do here, and people to protect." Inko nodded, though her face reflected a mixture of relief and concern. "Then promise me something, Izuku. No matter what you face here, don't disappear again." Izuku looked directly into her eyes, their hands still clasped together. "I promise you, Mom. I'll never leave you again." The weight of that promise was undeniable, but Izuku knew it was a promise he was willing to keep, no matter the cost. When Izuku promised her he'd never disappear again, Inko felt a weight lift from her heart. But she also knew that her son had changed profoundly, that he was no longer the boy who had disappeared 2 years ago. "He's seen things I can't imagine. He's lived through things that have shaped him in ways I still don't understand. But he's still my son, and I'll do everything I can to support him, no matter who he is now." As she watched Izuku, with his more confident demeanor and calm expression, Inko decided something. "Scáthach, wherever you are, thank you for giving me back my son. No matter what happened between you, I will always be grateful." And with that resolve, she decided to enjoy every moment she had with him, knowing there was still so much left to discover, but trusting that, in time, all the pieces would fall into place. As Izuku spoke, Inko Midoriya couldn't help but notice his appearance. The combat clothes, the armor on his shoulders, and, most of all, the fur cape resting on him were a stark contrast to the image of the boy she remembered. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Izuku, what about these clothes? The armor, the cape, where did all this come from?" Izuku smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated the question. "That's an interesting story, Mom." Izuku raised his arm slightly, showing the armor on his right shoulder and the clothes he was wearing. The clothes and armor were made by Scáthach herself. She's not just a warrior, she's also an exceptional craftsman. Everything I wear was designed to withstand the extreme conditions of the Shadow Realm. Inko looked at the details carefully, amazed by the quality and precision of the design. It's impressive. It seems almost indestructible. Izuku nodded. It is. It was made to withstand everything. The claws of beasts, extreme temperatures, even magic. Every piece has a purpose. Inko pointed at the layer of fur resting on Izuku's shoulder, its thick, wild texture clearly standing out. And the cape, where does it come from? Izuku took a moment before answering, as if remembering the event clearly. That is a trophy. His tone changed slightly, becoming more serious. It's the fur of the first beast I hunted alone in the Shadow Realm. Inko's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't interrupt, waiting for him to continue. It was a 6-meter-long chimera. It had the head of a lion, the body of a dragon, and the tail of a giant snake. It was fast, strong, and extremely lethal. He paused, as if he could see the creature in front of him again. It was part of my training. Scáthach said that only when I could hunt and kill a beast on my own, without help, would I be ready to take the next step. Inko swallowed, feeling a mixture of pride and terror at what her son had faced. And you did it? He asked in a low voice. Izuku nodded. Yes, it took me days to track her, study her, and finally confront her. It was the most difficult battle of my life at the time. His gaze hardened briefly, recalling the intensity of the confrontation. But I succeeded, and as proof of my victory, I took some of her fur to make this cloak. Inko remained silent for a few moments, processing what her son had just said. The idea that he had faced something so terrifying was almost incomprehensible, but at the same time, she couldn't ignore the pride she felt for his bravery and determination. Izuku, she finally said, her voice soft but full of emotion. I can't imagine what you had to deal with, but I'm so proud of you. Izuku looked at his mother, surprised by her words. Thanks, Mom. Inko leaned forward slightly, touching the cloak carefully. Though I can't help thinking, he added with a shy smile, couldn't you have worn something less intimidating? Izuku let out a soft laugh, his first since he'd returned. Maybe, but it's part of who I am now, Mom. Inko nodded, accepting his words. My son has changed, but he's still him, she thought, looking at him with eyes full of love and pride. No matter what he wears, he'll always be my Izuku. When Izuku Midoriya left his mother's room, carefully closing the door so as not to wake her, he found Toshinori Yagi waiting for him in the hallway. The former number 1 hero was leaning on his crutch, watching him with a mixture of concern and relief. For a moment, they both remained silent, as if words were not enough to express everything they felt. Finally, Izuku spoke, his tone softer than usual. Thank you, Toshinori, for taking care of my mother in my absence. Toshinori smiled slightly, although his gaze reflected a bit of sadness. It was the least I could do, Izuku. Your mother, she suffered a lot after your disappearance. But she never lost hope. She always believed you'd come back. Izuku nodded, his eyes drifting towards the closed door of his mother's room. She's always been stronger than she thinks. Toshinori straightened his posture slightly before continuing. Izuku, there's something else I want you to know. Your old apartment, the place where you lived with your mother, is still in her name. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. Still, Toshinori nodded. When your mother had to be hospitalized. He paused, as if remembering his decision. I bought the apartment in her name, making sure it would be ready for the day you returned. Izuku stared at him, his eyes showing a faint glimmer of gratitude. Did you buy it for us? Yes, Toshinori replied sincerely. I wanted to make sure that if you ever returned, you had a place to call home. For the first time in a long time, Izuku dropped his mask of unwavering calm. His shoulders relaxed, and his expression showed a hint of vulnerability. I don't know what to say, she finally said, her voice low but filled with emotion. Thank you, Toshinori, thank you, really, for everything. Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smiling warmly. You don't have to thank me, young Midoriya. Everything I did was because I believe in you, and I regret not having done it sooner. Izuku nodded, allowing those words to sink in deeply. As they walked down the hallway together, Toshinori glanced at Izuku. Although he had changed dramatically, he still saw the idealistic young man he had known before. "What do you plan to do now?" Toshinori asked, his voice filled with genuine interest. Izuku looked ahead, his thoughts clear. "First, make sure my mother is okay. After that, face whatever comes." Toshinori nodded, satisfied with his answer. "We'll be with you, Izuku. No matter what you face, you're not alone." Izuku didn't respond immediately, but a small smile appeared on his face. "I know." At that moment, as they both walked through the hospital, it seemed like a new chapter was beginning for Izuku Midoriya, one filled with challenges but also opportunities to rebuild the connections he had left behind. When Toshinori Yagi and Izuku Midoriya walked out of the psychiatric hospital, they were greeted by a crowd of reporters waiting anxiously at the entrance. Cameras began to flash and microphones extended toward them as reporters fired questions in all directions. "All Might, is it true that you've been paying for Izuku Midoriya's mother's medical expenses? Is Izuku your secret son? Midoriya, what can you say about his mysterious disappearance? Is it true that you killed 3 of the most dangerous villains in history?" The questions became increasingly intrusive, especially from the more sensationalist media, which had already begun to speculate about the relationship between All Might and Izuku. Izuku, who had faced unimaginable beasts and challenges in the Shadow Realm, began to show signs of discomfort. His patience, always steadfast, was beginning to wear thin under the barrage of questions. From her car parked nearby, Yu Takayama watched the scene intently. She had recently been released from the hospital, but decided to stay in the area to make sure everything was under control. When he saw Izuku, the young man who had defeated Gigantomachia, Shigaraki, and All for One, being surrounded by reporters like a cornered animal, he noticed something worrying. "He's losing his patience," she muttered to herself, recalling the intensity of his presence on the battlefield. Yu knew that if Izuku exploded, even verbally, the media would immediately target him. He decided to intervene before that happened. Opening his car window, Yu caught Izuku's attention with a loud but friendly tone. "Hey, Spear Boy, why don't you get in the car? Let All Might handle the reporters for a while." Izuku turned his head towards her, his gaze still tense, but something in Yu's relaxed tone made him reconsider. Toshinori, who was trying to calm the reporters, noticed the exchange and nodded to Izuku. "Go with her, Izuku. I'll take care of this." Izuku wasted no time. With firm steps, he pushed his way through the reporters, ignoring their insistent questions, and headed toward Yu's car. As he climbed into the vehicle, Yu gave him a quick glance, noticing how his shoulders were still slightly tense. "Relax, kid, reporters are always like that. The important thing is not to give them anything to work with." Izuku exhaled slowly, letting Yu's words calm him down a bit. "Thank you, Yu Takayama, right?" Yu nodded with a smile. "Exactly, but you can call me Mount Lady if you prefer to keep it formal." Izuku shook his head. Yu is fine. Back with the reporters, Toshinori, accustomed to handling the press, answered questions with his usual charisma and careful evasion. Izuku Midoriya is an exceptional young man. What he did in the recent battle proves his worth as a hero, but for now, he needs privacy to process everything that's happened. When asked about the rumors that Izuku was his son, Toshinori laughed lightly. "Izuku is a talented young man, yes, but no, we're not biologically related. My support for his mother is due to special, personal circumstances." Although reporters continued to press him, Toshinori handled the situation with the experience of someone who had dealt with them for years. As Toshinori faced the media, Yu started the car and slowly drove away from the crowd. "You're welcome, by the way," Yu said, shooting a quick glance at Izuku. Izuku, now more relaxed, nodded. "Thanks again, Yu, I'm not used to this." Yu laughed softly, his eyes still on the road. "Believe me, it's not something you want to get used to either. But you handled it well. You didn't lose your temper, and that's the most important thing." For a moment, they both remained silent, the noise of the city filling the space between them. Finally, Yu broke the silence. "So, what's the plan now, Spear Boy?" Izuku looked out the window, his thoughts clear. "Back to the real world. And face whatever comes." Yu smiled slightly, admiring the determination in her words. "Well, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask. After all, it's not every day you meet someone who can take down Gigantomachia with one kick. Izuku let out a slight smile. I'll keep that in mind. As the car pulled away, you couldn't help but feel intrigued by the young man beside her. There was something about him, something beyond his strength and skill, that made her want to know more. This boy, he has something special, she thought, glancing at him. Something that could change everything. The interior of the car was quiet as you drove through the city. The noise of the reporters and the pressure of their constant attention were now behind him, but Yu's curiosity was still present. Finally, she decided to break the silence, her eyes briefly on the road and then on the young man sitting next to her. Midoriya, I have to ask you something. His tone was casual, but his curiosity was evident. Where have you been all this time? Izuku turned his head towards her, clearly tired, but his gaze remained calm. Yu continued before I could answer. All Might convinced me to help him search for you during the first year after you disappeared. He showed me your file. He paused, remembering what he'd read. Everything pointed to, well, that you had committed suicide. Izuku looked down for a moment, his silence partly confirming the initial theory. But today, Yu added, with a faint smile. Seeing you take down Gigantomachia, defeat Shigaraki, and finish off All for One made it clear to me that something much bigger happened. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a sigh. It's complicated, he finally said, his voice low but firm. And I'm not ready to talk about everything yet. Yu nodded, respecting his answer. Okay, I don't want to pressure you. But trust me, what you did today left everyone speechless. Izuku let out a slight, barely perceptible smile. Thanks for saying that, and for getting me away from the reporters. I was starting to lose my patience. Yu laughed softly, giving him a quick glance. I noticed. That's why I called you. Without realizing it, as they talked, Izuku began to relax in Yu's presence. There was something about his mature, confident tone, combined with his friendly nature, that made the tension in his shoulders slowly lessen. Yu noticed the change in her body language, but decided not to mention it directly. Instead, he spoke in a lighter tone. I'll tell you what, Spear Boy. If you ever need an escape from the spotlight, give me a call. I have a knack for getting away from it when I need to. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. You, staying away from the spotlight. That doesn't seem to fit with Mount Lady's public image. Yu laughed heartily, shaking his head. You're right, the public image says otherwise. But believe me, sometimes even I need to disappear. As the car sped through the streets, Yu couldn't help but notice something about Izuku. Although he'd changed drastically since her disappearance, there was a subtle vulnerability she could still see in him. He's young, but what he's been through has made him more mature than he should be at his age, she thought, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. And yet, there's something about him that makes me want to protect him. For his part, Izuku began to feel like he could let his guard down a little. Yu's presence was different. It wasn't like Scáthach's, but it had a similar quality, strong, confident, and reliable. Thank you, Yu, he said suddenly, his tone sincere. For getting me out of there. For listening. Yu smiled, shaking his head. You're welcome, Izuku, but if you really want to thank me, maybe next time we can talk about how you took down Gigantomachia with a single kick. I want to hear all the details. Izuku let out a small laugh, one that surprised even himself. Maybe someday. As the car continued on its way, they both realized that, in an unexpected way, they had begun to form a connection. To Yu, Izuku wasn't just the boy who saved the day, he was someone with a complex story that deserved to be heard. To Izuku, Yu was a mature presence who offered respite from the weight he carried. The car stopped in front of the building that housed Izuku and his mother's old apartment. It was an unassuming place, but it still held a familiar feel for Izuku, even after all this time. This is it, Izuku said, staring at the building for a moment before opening the car door. Yu turned off the engine and watched him as he left. Well, Spear Boy, aren't you going to invite me in? He asked with a cheeky grin, leaning back in his seat and crossing his arms. Izuku stopped, looking at the building and then at Yu with an expression that mixed confusion and tiredness. I haven't been here in 2 years. It's highly unlikely the place is clean, let alone that there's anything to offer you to eat. Yu feigned an offended expression, placing a hand on his chest. Is that a no? After saving you from the reporters? Is that how you thank someone who did you a favor? Izuku let out a soft sigh, but before he could respond, Yu pulled out his phone and started dialing. Stop worrying, I'll take care of it, he said brazenly as he ordered Chinese food for both of them. So come on, open that door. Izuku couldn't help but smile slightly as he shook his head. You're persistent, did you know that? It's part of my charm, Yu replied with a triumphant smile as she got out of the car and followed him toward the building. When Izuku opened the apartment door, what he found was no surprise. The place was filled with dust, covered furniture, and the air was thick from lack of ventilation. Well, this looks cozy, Yu said, looking around as Izuku opened the windows. Izuku didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised a hand and quickly traced the Hagel blizzard rune in the air. Within seconds, a gust of cold wind swept through the apartment, stirring up dust and blowing it out the open windows. Yu watched with interest, crossing his arms as he felt the light breeze. That's helpful. What else can you do? Izuku finished cleaning with the rune and turned to face her, his expression calm. Enough to survive, Yu laughed as he placed his bag on a chair. Don't act mysterious with me, kid. You've already got me intrigued. Izuku shook his head, but couldn't help a slight blush on his cheeks at Yu's cheeky attitude. Shortly after, the Chinese food Yu had ordered arrived. They both sat on the floor, as the chairs and table were still covered with protective covers. While they ate, Yu kept watching Izuku, his curiosity evident. So, Izuku, what's your plan now? Are you going to stay here or disappear mysteriously again? Izuku looked up, considering her answer. I'm going to stay. I have things to do here, and my mother needs me. I can't leave her alone again. Yu nodded, his smile softening. That sounds good, but if you ever need help, you know who to call. Izuku nodded, grateful, although he wasn't used to depending on others yet. Thank you, Yu, for everything. Yu took a sip of his drink and gave her a cheeky look. You're welcome, but this doesn't count as a complete thank you. You owe me another meal when this place is back in working order. Izuku let out a soft laugh, something he didn't do often. Okay, it's a deal. As they finished eating, Yu couldn't help but feel more intrigued by Izuku, while he, for the first time in a long time, felt like he could relax a little in someone else's company. With the apartment finally dusted and the meal finished, Izuku Midoriya decided to attend to one of his priorities, a shower. It had been a tiring day, and the weight of everything that had happened was beginning to weigh on his body. Stepping into the bathroom, he allowed himself a moment of reflection as the warm water ran over his skin. During his 2 years in the Shadow Realm, his showers had always been with Scáthach. Washing her hair was a ritual as common as it was strange, something that had become part of his daily routine. Now, without that company, the solitude in the bathroom felt strange, as if something was missing. When he was done and out of the shower, Izuku headed to his room wrapped in a towel, ready to find some clothes. However, upon opening his closet, he noticed a glaring problem. Nothing he had was left. Returning to the common area, still dressed only in a towel, Yu looked up at him from the sofa where she was sitting, entertaining herself with her phone. When she looked up and saw him, a mocking smile appeared on her face. Well, seems like clothes are a problem, aren't they? She said, with a playful tone that made a blush quickly spread across Izuku's cheeks. Izuku looked away, uncomfortable with the situation. Yeah, seems like I've grown a little more than I expected. Yu dropped his phone on the makeshift table and slowly stood up, approaching him. His height and confidence only intensified Izuku's nervousness. What are you going to do then, spear boy? You can't walk around in just a towel. Her cheeky smile didn't fade as she took a step closer to him. Izuku took a step back, his heart pounding. I'm going to find something. I'll think of something. But before he could retreat any further, Yu closed the distance between them. With a fluidity that seemed natural, Yu closed the bedroom door behind them, leaning against it as he crossed his arms, his smile still present. Don't worry, kid, let me help you solve this little problem. Izuku froze, his mind working rapidly as he tried to understand what was happening. Why you? This is. Relax, she said, her tone softer but just as playful. I don't bite, unless you ask me to. The blush on Izuku's cheeks intensified, and although his mind wanted to find a way out of the situation, his body didn't seem to move. In the privacy of the room, the atmosphere changed. The light playfulness in Yu Takayama's tone faded, giving way to a deeper intensity. Though his cheeky smile remained, there was something else in his eyes, a mixture of excitement and desire, but also vulnerability. Yu, normally confident and playful, felt her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know exactly what it was that attracted her to Izuku, but there was something about him, his strength, his hidden vulnerability, the way his presence filled the space. For his part, Izuku felt a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Yu's warmth and closeness awakened in him a comfort he thought he'd left behind with Scáthach. But this was different, more immediate, more human. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. It was Yu who made the first move. With unexpected gentleness, she leaned toward Izuku, her hands resting on his shoulders as their lips met in a passionate kiss. Izuku, initially surprised, responded instinctively, wrapping his arms around her. There was something about that moment that was as natural as it was necessary. The kiss grew more intense, their breaths ragged as emotions took over. Yu lowered his weight, carrying him to the bed, where they both fell together in a tangle of heat and desire. As the night continued, they both lost themselves in the moment, leaving behind any doubts or worries. For Yu, it was an intense rush, something that made her feel alive in a way she hadn't experienced before. For Izuku, it was a return to something he thought he'd left behind, a real, tangible connection, a reminder that he could allow himself to feel and share his humanity with someone else. The room, once cold and empty, was now filled with whispers, soft laughter, and the warmth of two souls meeting at the right moment. Izuku Midoriya woke up to the light of dawn filtering through the windows. Beside him, under the sheets, was Yu Takayama, still asleep. Looking at her relaxed face, memories of the previous night returned to him. A small smile, sincere and full of warmth, appeared on his lips. Carefully, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Yu's forehead. Feeling it, Yu began to wake up, his eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Without saying a word, he hugged him tightly and kissed him again with the same passion as the night before. Izuku reciprocated the kiss for a moment, but this time he stopped her before things got heated again. Yu, it's early, and we need breakfast. Yu huffed in mock frustration, but a playful smile appeared on his face as he got out of bed. All right, Spear Boy. But this isn't the end of it. Izuku let out a soft laugh as he watched her head into the bathroom. When the shower door closed, he let out a sigh and stood up. His body felt relaxed, but he was also starting to feel hungry. Wrapped in the towel that had fallen on the floor the night before, Izuku headed to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator hoping to find something, but it was completely empty. The same was true of the cupboards. It shouldn't be a surprise, he thought, looking at the empty shelves. I haven't been here in 2 years. For a moment, he considered going out to find something, or even hunt, a habit he'd developed in the Shadow Realm. However, before he could decide, the sound of the door interrupted him. Upon opening the door, Izuku found himself face to face with Toshinori Yagi and Nezu. Toshinori, with a friendly smile, held up the bags of fast food he was carrying. Good morning, young Midoriya. I thought you might need this. Nezu, always observant, immediately noticed the towel Izuku was wearing and the situation in general. However, his expression showed nothing but politeness. Toshinori, on the other hand, did not miss the opportunity to make a comment. Is that all you have to wear, Izuku? Because if so, I think we should add clothes to our priority list. Izuku brought a hand to his forehead, letting out a sigh before stepping aside to let them pass. It's a long story. While Yu was still in the shower, Izuku and his visitors sat down in the makeshift living room. Toshinori placed the bags of food on the table and began handing out the food. You abandoned me to the mercy of the reporters yesterday, Toshinori joked as he handed Izuku a coffee. I think I deserve an apology for that. Izuku let out a small laugh as he sipped his coffee. I'm sorry, but you said you'd take care of them, and you handled them better than I could have. Nezu, sitting in a nearby chair, watched the interaction with interest. We're here for more than just breakfast, Izuku. We want to talk about your plans. Izuku nodded as he took a bite of food. I imagined it. You, still wrapped in a towel and with damp hair, confidently walked out of the bathroom, until her eyes met those of Nezu and Toshinori Yagi, sitting quietly at the living room table. For a moment, her gaze reflected pure panic, as if she were trying to quickly calculate how to handle the situation. But before she could react, her stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence. Nezu tilted his head slightly, his gaze observant while Toshinori maintained a somewhat awkward smile. You, deciding to ignore the awkwardness of the situation, approached the table with all the confidence she could muster and sat next to Izuku, still wrapped in her towel. Do you have anything for me? He asked, looking at the bags of fast food on the table as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Toshinori, recovering quickly, handed him a hamburger and a coffee. Of course, it seems we all need a good breakfast. Izuku watched the interaction, clearly comfortable with Yu's direct nature, while Nezu kept his attention on the two. The meal was surprisingly peaceful. Both Yu and Izuku ate quickly and without concern for formality, while Toshinori and Nezu took mental notes of the scene. Nezu, in particular, couldn't help but notice one curious detail. Izuku was eating an inordinate amount of food. He'd devoured 3 hamburgers, 2 donuts, and was drinking coffee like it was water. The most surprising thing was that Yu wasn't far behind, easily matching Izuku's pace. For Nezu, this ignited a spark of curiosity. Both of them are consuming food in quantities that exceed those of a normal person, he thought, quickly analyzing the situation. Yu needs more calories due to using his quirk to transform into his giant form. But in Izuku's case, this is new. As Nezu processed this, Toshinori threw a casual comment towards Izuku. I didn't know you had such a big appetite, Izuku. It seems the training in the Shadow Realm also increased your metabolism. Izuku simply nodded as he finished his last burger. That's part of it. My body burns a lot more calories now, especially after using magic or intense physical training. Yu, while biting into his last donut, pointed towards Nezu. Izuku isn't the only one. After using my giant form, I can eat 3 times as much as I could before becoming a hero. I guess it's normal when you're using both your body and your energy. Nezu smiled slightly, his eyes shining as theories began to form in his mind. The training and skills Izuku acquired in the Shadow Realm must have altered his metabolism significantly. His body is now designed to withstand extreme levels of physical and magical exertion, he thought. A similar ability to use, though for entirely different reasons. When they finally finished breakfast, Toshinori turned to Izuku, who was still wrapped in his towel. So, Izuku, is this all you have to wear? She asked with an amused smile, clearly trying to lighten the mood. Yu, still sitting and wearing her own towel, chuckled. At least I had the decency to shower first. Izuku sighed, clearly used to Yu's comments. I haven't had time to buy new clothes. Everything I had here doesn't fit me anymore. Toshinori nodded, still smiling. Well, I think we should fix that soon. We can't have the savior of the day wearing only a towel. As the atmosphere relaxed, Nezu continued to silently evaluate. The interaction between Izuku and Yu is oddly natural. Despite how recent their relationship seems, there's a comfort between them that doesn't usually develop so quickly, she thought as she sipped her coffee. Besides, Yu's easygoing demeanor might be helping Izuku adjust back to the real world. Nezu finally put down his cup and looked at Izuku. Izuku, now that we've eaten and relaxed a bit, I think it's time to talk about your future plans. Is that okay? Izuku nodded, placing the empty cup on the table as Yu watched with interest. Of course, Nezu, I'm ready for whatever comes. As the conversation prepared to turn to more serious topics, breakfast had served as a reminder that, even in the strangest situations, human connection remained an essential part of Izuku's return to the real world. While Toshinori and Izuku were arguing about the need to buy clothes and food to avoid future awkward situations, Yu Takayama got up from the table and headed into the room to pick up his clothes from the floor. Upon entering, he knelt down to pick up his shirt, jacket, and pants, which were still in disarray from the previous night. Although he had maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout breakfast, his mind was still reeling from what had happened. However, her moment of tranquility was interrupted by a soft noise behind her. Turning around, she found Nezu standing in the doorway of the room, watching her with an inquisitive look. "Nezu," you said, clearly surprised. "What are you doing here?" Nezu moved forward slowly, his small eyes full of curiosity. "I just wanted to confirm something, he said, his voice calm, though his tone indicated he already had a clear theory. "What happened last night? Could you explain it?" Yu straightened up, holding his clothes in his hands as he tried to maintain a neutral expression. "There's not much to explain. It was just a coincidence." Her voice tried to sound casual, but even she knew she wasn't succeeding. Nezu tilted his head slightly, watching her closely. "Casual, interesting choice of words, but your look in your eyes says otherwise." Yu pressed her lips together, clearly uncomfortable. "Look, it's not complicated at all. Izuku and I had a momentary connection. It was just something that happened, and that's it." Nezu, always observant, noticed the slight tension in her posture and the way she looked away when she spoke. "Are you sure about that?" he asked, his tone softer but just as persuasive. "Because if it was no big deal, why are you acting like you're trying to convince yourself it is?" Yu let out a sigh, dropping the clothes on the bed as he crossed his arms. "Okay, maybe it wasn't as casual as I'd like to believe," she admitted, finally meeting Nezu's gaze. "But it doesn't mean it's anything serious, okay?" Nezu nodded slowly, giving him space to continue. "Izuku is different. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something about him. His strength, his vulnerability. I don't know, he draws me in a way I didn't expect." He paused, looking toward the window. "But I also know she's been through things I can't even imagine. I don't want to complicate her life any further." Nezu, after listening intently, took a step closer to the bed, his expression calm but calculating. I'm not here to judge what happened between you. But I am here to make sure you understand something important." Yu looked at him, waiting for his answer. "Izuku has faced a world completely different from ours. It's changed in ways we're only just beginning to understand. But what he needs now isn't for the people around him to pretend things are simpler than they really are." Yu frowned slightly, taking in Nezu's words. "So what do you suggest?" he asked, his tone more serious. Nezu looked at her directly. "Be honest with yourself and with him. If this was more than just a casual thing for you, you should accept it, because pretending otherwise will only complicate things for both of you." Yu let out a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing as he took a seat on the bed. "You're right, Nezu. It wasn't just casual sex. I don't know what it was exactly, but it meant something." Nezu nodded, satisfied with his answer. "That's all I needed to hear." As she left the room, Yu sat for a moment, reflecting on what she had just admitted. "I don't know where this will go, but whatever happens, I want to do it right. For him, for me," she thought as she began to get dressed. Leaving the room where he had just spoken with Yu Takayama, Nezu walked back to the living room, where Toshinori Yagi and Izuku Midoriya were still discussing plans to take care of their basic needs, such as clothing and food. However, Nezu's mind was in a completely different place, busy processing what he had witnessed and confirmed during the morning. Nezu, always meticulous, couldn't help but reflect on the previous day, when he made the mistake of trying to use information about Izuku's mother as a tool to gain more details. "I underestimated his perception and emotions. Instead of seeing him as a human with deep wounds, I tried to approach him as a logical problem," he thought. "It was a mistake I can't afford to repeat." As he sat silently watching Izuku, Nezu remembered how his voice and posture would change at the mention of Scáthach, the woman who had clearly been much more than a teacher to him. When he spoke of her, his voice softened, and for a moment, he was no longer the relentless predator we faced yesterday, she thought. "I saw that same change today as he ate next to you." Her presence, though different from Scáthach's, also seems to calm him. Nezu knew that Izuku was still a young man who, despite his strength and abilities, carried a deep emotional isolation. But what he saw between him and Yu gave him a new perspective. If Izuku develops a relationship with Yu, someone who can clearly handle his intensity while also offering emotional support, we might have a real chance of integrating him back into society. As Toshinori joked with Izuku about his makeshift clothes, Nezu began to form a plan in his mind. Fostering the relationship with Yu. Although it initially seemed casual, Nezu sensed there was more to the relationship. If this relationship blossomed, it could provide Izuku with an emotional anchor in the real world. Yu, with her maturity and experience as a hero, was a strong yet approachable figure for Izuku. Provide a controlled environment. Izuku needed a place where he could adapt to the dynamics of the modern world without feeling threatened. Integrating him into UA as a mentor or instructor for advanced students could be a first step. Strengthening human connections. Despite his strength, Izuku still needed meaningful connections. Nezu planned to encourage him to interact more with people who shared similar values, like Toshinori and Yu. Avoid the mistakes of the past. Nezu wouldn't underestimate Izuku or try to manipulate him again. Instead, he would opt for transparency and respect, showing that they trusted him and valued his return. Nezu watched Izuku and Yu return, already dressed and relaxed. Their interaction was natural, with no visible tension, further confirming his theory. If we can help Izuku find a purpose here, surrounded by people who value him, his reintegration will be possible. But we mustn't rush it. This process will take time, patience, and, above all, trust. Finally, Nezu spoke, interrupting the conversation between Toshinori and Izuku. Izuku, I know you still have a lot to process, but I want you to know something. Everyone here is committed to helping you find your place in this world again. And if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Izuku nodded, his gaze showing a flash of gratitude. Thanks, Nezu, I appreciate that. Nezu, satisfied for now, leaned back slightly in his chair, already plotting the next steps to ensure Izuku not only survived in the real world, but thrived. With the right support, even the strongest predators can find a home, he thought as he watched Izuku interact with Toshinori and Yu. And I think Izuku is finally on the path to his. When Yu returned to the living room after dressing, he plopped down on the sofa with a sigh, grabbed the remote, and turned on the TV. As he flipped through the channels, he quickly noticed that every program repeated the same thing. The image of Izuku Midoriya throwing his red spear and finishing off All for One. Every newscast, analysis program, and special segment seemed focused on the mysterious young man who had turned the tide of the battle against the most dangerous villains. Wow, Spear Boy, looks like you've become the new media star, Yu said, looking at Izuku with a smile as he continued to flip through the channels. Izuku, who was standing next to Toshinori Yagi, watched the television for a moment, his expression neutral but with a slight flicker of discomfort. It's not something I sought out. Toshinori laughed softly as he opened the front door and returned with a small bundle of clothes he had packed in his pickup truck. That reminds me of my early days as a hero. The media can be ruthless, but it's also a powerful tool if you wield it well. Izuku looked at him curiously as Toshinori handed him the package. They're my clothes. They're not much, but at least they'll fit you better than that towel, Toshinori said with a smile. Izuku gratefully accepted the clothes. Thanks. I'll be right back, he said, heading to the bathroom to change. While Izuku was changing, Yu left the TV on a channel where the Guy Bold launch was playing over and over again. The commentators speculated about Izuku's identity and debated whether he was a registered hero or an independent figure. It seems they already have a lot of theories about you, Izuku, Yu said aloud, even though he knew he was out of earshot. Nezu, sitting quietly in his chair, watched the television with his characteristic calm. It's understandable, his appearance was as dramatic as it was decisive. The media loves a good mystery, especially one of this magnitude. Yu crossed one leg over the other, leaning back on the couch as he looked at Nezu. And what are you going to do about it, boss? You can't let the media spoil it without keeping a tight rein on it. Nezu nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. Exactly. We'll have to manage his narrative carefully, both for his own good and for the impact it will have on the audience. Izuku isn't just a key figure in the battle against the villains, he also represents something deeper, the possibility of the unknown. When Izuku returned to the living room, now dressed in Toshinori's clothes, a simple black t-shirt and somewhat tight jeans due to his more muscular physique. You gave him a quick glance before smiling. Not bad, although I think you need something that highlights your mysterious warrior style more. Izuku let out a light laugh, something that surprised both you and Toshinori. That's enough for now, Nezu, who had been watching silently, spoke at that moment. Izuku, your public appearance has already generated a lot of attention. The media is obsessed with you. We'll have to decide how to handle that. Izuku frowned slightly, but nodded. Whatever it takes. I don't want this to complicate things for others. Toshinori placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling proudly. Don't worry, Izuku. We'll make sure everything goes smoothly. But before we make any moves, how about we go get some clothes and food? We can't handle the media on an empty stomach. You stood up from the couch, stretching as he grabbed his jacket. I agree. Besides, someone needs to make sure this kid doesn't end up buying boring clothes. Izuku looked at both of them, somewhat bewildered but grateful for their support. I guess I have no choice. As they walked out of the apartment together, Izuku couldn't help but feel something he hadn't felt in a long time, a sense of belonging. As Izuku, Yu, Toshinori, and Nezu walked out of the building, Yu's phone started ringing. He checked the screen and let out a sigh before answering. Yes, he said casually as he placed the phone to his ear. On the other end of the line was his PR agent, who sounded visibly stressed. You, where are you? All the media outlets are asking for interviews with you. They want to know what happened during the battle, especially since you were there when the Red Spear boy took down Gigantomachia. You haven't returned to the agency since. You glanced at Izuku, who was adjusting Toshinori's clothes, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Yes, I know. I got distracted by some important things, you replied with a mixture of calm and evasion. Well, come back now. We need to coordinate the interviews and make sure we're handling the narrative correctly. With a resigned sigh, Yu apologized to the others as he put away his phone. Sorry, guys, it seems my media duty calls. I'll have to let you guys handle the clothes shopping. Before leaving, he gave Izuku a direct look, pointing a finger at him. But remember this, Spear boy, no boring clothes. You have a style to maintain. Izuku let out a small laugh as Yu got into his car and drove off, leaving a cloud of concern about the media attention that was clearly increasing. As Yu walked away, Izuku turned to Toshinori and Nezu, his eyes reflecting a mixture of discomfort and exhaustion. Is he always this insistent? Toshinori laughed, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yu has a strong personality, but she's right about one thing. You need clothes that fit you. Nezu, always observant, intervened in his calm tone. Beyond style, we must also consider public perception. Your appearance is now associated with your actions in battle. What you wear will be part of how the world sees you from now on. Izuku nodded, understanding the importance, although he clearly preferred something simple and functional. So, where do we start? He asked, ready to follow the plan. With Toshinori leading the way, the trio headed towards their next destination, while Nezu was already beginning to plot in his mind how to handle the growing attention towards the boy with the red spear. Yu arrived at her agency through the back door, avoiding the cameras and attention that would inevitably follow her. As soon as she stepped through the door, her agent greeted her with a look of mixed stress and relief. Finally, he exclaimed, throwing his spare heroine outfit at her. Put this on right away. The media is waiting, and we have to hold a press conference. Yu caught the suit in midair and held it with a sigh, clearly resigned. Can't I even take a moment to breathe? He asked as he began to unbutton his jacket. No, you can't, his agent replied firmly. This is important, Yu. Everyone is talking about the boy with the red spear and his role in the battle. You were there, and we need you to control the narrative. As Yu changed behind a makeshift screen, his agent began to explain what he should do. First, don't confirm or deny whether that boy is a vigilante or a hero. We don't want to get involved in a controversy that doesn't concern us. What if they ask me directly? Yu asked, adjusting the top of his suit. Deflect the question. Talk about how incredible his performance in the battle was, but keep it ambiguous. The last thing we want is for the media to assume you're protecting a vigilante or supporting illegal activities. Yu let out a low grunt as he adjusted his belt. Okay. Anything else? His agent nodded, reviewing a list on his tablet. Yes. As always, remember to maintain the Mount Lady image. Strong, confident, and sexy. Respond confidently and make it seem like you were in control of the situation, even if you weren't entirely. Yu raised an eyebrow as he put on his boots. Sexy. I'm talking about a battle where almost everyone ends up dead. Seriously. It's your brand, her agent replied unfazed. And trust me, you can make it work. Be yourself, but remember to project that confidence the media loves. Yu emerged from behind the screen fully clothed, wearing her tight suit and her signature carefree smile. All right. Give me the microphone and let's see how I handle myself this time. As they headed to the main hall where the press was already gathered, Yu mentally reviewed his agent's instructions. Although he knew how to handle the media, he couldn't help but feel a certain unease when he thought of Izuku. That boy isn't just the spear boy. He's someone who carried a huge burden and came out on top. I don't want him to be reduced to a media spectacle, he thought as he adjusted his posture. As he reached the podium, camera lights began to flicker, and the murmurs of reporters filled the room. Yu took a deep breath, put on her best confident smile, and took the first step toward the microphones, ready to face public scrutiny once again. Mount Lady was in her element. Dressed in her heroine costume and projecting unwavering confidence, she handled reporters' questions with skill. Mount Lady, how would you describe your experience during the battle against Gigantomachia? A reporter from a national channel asked. It was intense, but as heroes, we're trained to deal with these situations. I worked alongside other heroes to stop it and minimize the damage to the city, Yu replied, his tone confident and direct. What do you think of the mysterious boy with the red spear who defeated Gigantomachia? Is he a registered hero? Yu smiled slightly, remembering his agent's instructions. What I can say is that your intervention was crucial in stopping the threat. You showed great courage and exceptional skills. Beyond that, I can't confirm anything. Everything seemed under control. Yu handled the situation masterfully, deflecting difficult questions and reinforcing her image as a reliable and capable heroine. But then, a voice interrupted the calm. Mount Lady, can you explain these photos? A tabloid reporter said as she held up a tablet displaying images on a large screen. The photos clearly showed Yu entering an apartment alongside the boy with the red spear, with a context that left little to the imagination. Murmurs quickly spread among the reporters, who began firing questions in all directions. Is it true that you have a relationship with him? Why were they together in an apartment after the battle? Are you protecting a security guard? For the first time in the entire press conference, Yu felt his control begin to crumble. His agent, standing out of view of the cameras, was waving his hands frantically, trying to signal that he should regain control. Aware that he couldn't remain silent any longer, Yu Takayama raised a hand, urging calm. His smile remained, but inside, he was thinking fast. Just a moment, please, he said firmly, silencing the room for a moment. He took a breath and, with the confidence he always projected, replied. Yes, those photos are real. He's my boyfriend. The murmur in the room grew, but Yu continued before she could be interrupted. He's a new hero, someone with incredible talent who's ready to make his official debut. After the tragic loss of Stars and Stripes, we need strong heroes who can fill that void. And he's one of those people. Reporters frantically took notes, but Yu didn't give them time to regain control. We were together because I was helping him settle into his new place. As his partner, I wanted to make sure he was ready to face the challenges that come with being a hero in Japan. Although the revelation was unexpected, Yu had managed to redirect the narrative in his favor. Instead of focusing on the scandal, reporters began asking about the mysterious hero and his connection to Stars and Stripes. When will it make its official debut? What skills does he have? How do you plan to support him as his partner and heroic companion? Yu responded with the same confidence he had shown at the beginning of the press conference. Everything in its own time. For now, he's focused on his training and preparation. But I assure you, when you see him in action, you'll understand why I trust him so much. In the press room, Yu Takayama, with all the confidence he could muster, continued to spin his narrative to maintain control of the situation. The reporters, though shocked by the revelation, listened intently to every word. He'd been in America, training under Star and Stripes, Yu said firmly, looking the reporters in the eye to convey confidence. He was part of a special program for promising heroes. A murmur ran through the room, but no one interrupted her. In fact, he had planned to arrive 3 months ago with Star and Stripes, but due to the intensity of his training, it was necessary to stay a little longer to perfect his skills. Yu paused strategically, allowing the words to sink in. He arrived in the country yesterday, and although he was still adapting, he didn't hesitate to jump into battle when the situation called for it. He's someone who puts duty and the safety of others above all else. Reporters quickly took notes, and while some seemed skeptical, most seemed to accept the explanation from the way Yu was delivering it. As she spoke, Yu knew perfectly well that everything she was saying was a blatant lie. But she also knew that losing control of the narrative at this moment would be disastrous for both her and Izuku Midoriya. If the press starts plotting its own theories, they might associate him with illegal activities or question his legitimacy as a hero. This is the best I can do to protect him, and myself, she thought as she continued her speech. A reporter raised his hand. Mount Lady, can you give us more details about the training you received in America? Yu nodded, feigning confidence. Unfortunately, I can't share all the details due to the confidential nature of the program. What I can say is that it was designed to prepare heroes capable of facing global threats, something Star and Stripes has always wholeheartedly supported. Another reporter chimed in. Why didn't you register in Japan before participating in the battle? Yu smiled slightly, prepared for that question. We were in the process of doing so. Its arrival was sudden due to circumstances, but I can assure you that we are already working on its official registration. As the press conference progressed, Yu felt the weight of every word. It wasn't easy to improvise such an elaborate story in such a short time, but he knew he had no choice. This is all to protect him. If the media finds out who he really is and starts speculating, they could destroy him before he even has a chance to establish himself, she thought as she answered another question. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the press conference came to an end. Yu thanked the reporters and left with a confident smile, although inside he felt like he'd been through a completely different battle. Back in the agency's halls, Yu leaned against a wall, letting out a long sigh as his agent approached. I don't know how you did it, but you kept control, the agent said, visibly impressed. Now we have a solid narrative. Yu nodded, though he didn't share his agent's enthusiasm. Yes, but now I have to explain all this to Izuku. Her agent looked at her curiously. Do you think he'll understand? Yu shrugged, his expression becoming more serious. I don't know, but I don't have much choice. This was the best I could do at the moment. With that resolve, Yu left the building, preparing to face the consequences of his improvised but necessary lie. Elsewhere in the city, Izuku Midoriya was accompanied by Toshinori Yagi and Nezu at a shopping mall, tasked with buying clothes that would fit his new appearance and physique. Izuku, though grateful for the help, couldn't help but feel out of place in such a mundane environment after everything he'd been through. While browsing a row of T-shirts in a store, she heard familiar voices. Turning around, she found two UA students, Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro, also shopping. Momo, recognizing him, immediately approached, her expression showing a mixture of gratitude and surprise. Are you the spear boy? He asked, though he clearly knew the answer. Izuku, used to awkward attention, nodded slightly, maintaining his firm but respectful posture. Yes, it's me. Momo gave him a small bow as a token of gratitude. I want to thank you for saving the Todoroki family. We thought they were dead, but thanks to you, they're safe. I didn't get a chance to thank you before because you left with the police so quickly. Izuku bowed his head slightly, acknowledging her gratitude. It was nothing. I just did what had to be done. Momo, clearly excited, added. Shoto is my boyfriend. So your act means more than I can express. For a moment, Izuku let his guard down slightly upon hearing those words. I understand. I'm glad to know you're okay. Meanwhile, Kyoka Jiro, who normally would have made some sarcastic comment to ease the tension, remained silent. She watched Izuku with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. He's much taller than I expected, Kyoka thought as she looked at him. And that aura, it's like I'm standing in front of someone who doesn't quite belong here. Finally, he worked up the courage to speak, although his tone was more reserved than usual. Thanks for what you did. It was amazing. Izuku, noticing her tone, simply nodded. Thank you. Although the interaction was cordial, Izuku didn't feel comfortable completely letting his guard down. His time in the Shadow Realm had accustomed him to analyzing every interaction, and while he didn't perceive any threat, he couldn't completely relax either. They're still friendly, but I can't afford to be too open, he thought, giving them a slight smile so as not to appear distant. Nezu, who was watching from a nearby corner, noticed how Izuku maintained his rigid and calculating posture. Even in such a simple interaction, he's still acting like a warrior in unfamiliar territory, Nezu mused. This will be a long process. After a few minutes of talking, Momo and Kyoka decided not to push any further. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope we can talk more someday, Momo said with a genuine smile. Yeah, and, take care of yourself, Kyoka added, still feeling that slight intimidation. Izuku gave them a small nod. Thank you, you too. As the two girls walked away, Toshinori approached with a smile. You make a big impression wherever you go, Izuku. Izuku let out a soft sigh as he looked back at the clothes on the shelves. I don't know if that's good or bad. Toshinori laughed softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's good, Izuku. Very good. At another store, as Izuku Midoriya browsed through clothes with Toshinori Yagi and Nezu, his gaze drifted toward a familiar figure in the aisles. Fuyumi Todoroki was carefully choosing clothes, placing some pieces in a cart while checking out others. Although he wore a calm expression, the visible scars on his arms and neck told the story of his recent ordeal. Despite everything, there was a calmness in his countenance that caught Izuku's attention. Nezu, ever observant, immediately noticed how Izuku's body language changed. Although he had been interacting with Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro in a polite but reserved manner, his posture was different here. More relaxed, less defensive, even interested, Nezu thought, analyzing the situation with his sharp mind. Fuyumi, noticing someone was watching her, looked up and saw Izuku. A slight smile appeared on her face as she approached him with the cart. You're the spear boy, aren't you? He asked softly. Izuku nodded, his gaze calm but polite. Yes, it's me. Fuyumi bowed her head slightly, her voice conveying gratitude. I want to thank you for what you did. Not only for saving us, but also for protecting my brothers. Shoto and Natsuo are still in the hospital, but they're alive thanks to you. Izuku watched her for a moment before answering, his tone sincere. I did what I could. I'm glad you're okay. Fuyumi looked down for a moment, clearly moved by his words. Not everyone would have taken the risk you did. What you did was incredible. As Fuyumi and Izuku conversed, Nezu watched intently from a safe distance. His brilliant mind was already processing the details. Izuku is clearly more comfortable in this interaction. His posture is more relaxed, and his tone of voice is less reserved. This is an interesting contrast compared to how he interacted with Yaoyorozu and Jiro previously. Nezu recalled his theory about the relationship between Izuku and Scáthach, his teacher in the Shadow Realm. If that relationship had been more intimate than Izuku admitted, it might explain why he felt more comfortable around older women. It's possible Izuku finds a kind of comfort or familiarity in the emotional maturity he perceives in Fuyumi. This could be an important key to helping him integrate again. Fuyumi, noticing that Izuku seemed ready to talk, continued. I'm here buying new clothes for Shoto and Natsuo. With everything that happened, they lost most of their things. Izuku nodded, understanding. It's the least they can do after what they faced. Fuyumi looked at him for a moment, noticing something in his tone. And you, are you shopping for yourself? Izuku let out a slight smile. Something like that. I realized the clothes I had didn't fit me anymore. Fuyumi smiled softly, though her gaze reflected curiosity. It's understandable. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Izuku didn't respond immediately, but his silence said more than any words could. Watching from afar, Nezu came to an important conclusion. If my theory is correct, connections with older women or mature figures could be key to Izuku's emotional stability. It's not something to be exploited, but it could be a useful tool to help him rebuild his social ties. Nezu smiled slightly as Toshinori approached with a pile of clothes for Izuku. Looks like Izuku's finding more than just clothes here, don't you think? Toshinori commented with a smile, noticing the interaction. Nezu nodded, his mind already planning how to use this observation to Izuku's advantage. After a long day of shopping, Izuku Midoriya finally returned to his apartment with a completely new wardrobe. Looking over the clothes he had chosen, he noticed that most of them were dark shades, black, deep blue, and gray, similar to the colors Scáthach usually wore in the Shadow Realm. I didn't even realize, she thought as she carefully folded the clothes and put them away in her closet. After tidying up his clothes, he headed to the kitchen to put food in the refrigerator and cupboards. Although the day had been exhausting, he was grateful for the help of Toshinori and Nezu, who had accompanied him throughout the entire process. While organizing the supplies, Nezu's phone, who was sitting on the couch reviewing some documents, began to ring. Nezu answered the phone with his characteristic calm. What's going on?" he asked, immediately noticing the panic in the voice on the other end of the line. Takayama's voice was hurried, almost frantic, as if he had been holding his breath. "Nezu, we have a huge problem. It's about the press conference." Nezu frowned slightly, but kept his tone calm. "Breathe, I need you to calm down so I can understand what's happening." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line as Yu took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, it's okay, I'm calmer now." "Good. Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Yu began to explain quickly, his words still laden with tension. "At the press conference, the reporters cornered me. They showed photos of me entering the apartment with Izuku after the battle. I couldn't let the media create their own theories, so I improvised." Nezu remained silent, letting him continue. "I told them Izuku is my boyfriend, and that he'd been training in America with Star and Stripes. I explained that he arrived in the country on the day of the battle because he hadn't finished his training yet." Nezu closed his eyes for a moment, processing the information quickly. "I understand," he finally said, his tone controlled. While not ideal, it was an effective response to handle the situation. Yu breathed a sigh of relief at her understanding tone. "Yes, but I don't know how Izuku is going to take it when he finds out." Nezu looked at Izuku, who was still busy in the kitchen, completely oblivious to the conversation. "That's something you'll have to explain to him directly. For now, I'll make sure he's prepared for any questions that may arise." Yu nodded on the other end of the line. "Thank you, Nezu. I don't know what I would have done without your help. We're in this together, Yu. Now, go get some rest. Looks like you're both going to have a long day." After hanging up, Nezu got up from the couch and walked over to Izuku, who was putting food into the refrigerator. "Izuku, there's something we need to talk about." Yu was already on his way, he said calmly. Izuku turned to him, raising an eyebrow. "What's going on?" Nezu gave him a calm but serious look, preparing to explain what had happened at the press conference. It wasn't long after the call that Takayama arrived at Izuku's apartment. The door swung open without warning, revealing Yu, his face still filled with panic. Izuku, who was putting away the last few items in the cupboard, turned to her, clearly surprised by her sudden entrance. "Yu?" he asked, his tone filled with curiosity and a hint of concern. Without immediately responding, Yu headed straight to the kitchen, where Nezu was already waiting, his expression calm but alert. "Izuku, we need to talk," Yu said as he sat down in one of the chairs around the table, his tone more serious than usual. Nezu nodded, indicating that he should take a seat as well. "It's important, Izuku. We need you to understand what happened." Izuku, though confused, sat across from them, crossing his arms as he waited. Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself before speaking. "Izuku, during a press conference today, something went wrong," Yu began, his voice firm though still laced with anxiety. Izuku frowned, but remained silent, letting her continue. "Someone showed photos of us entering the apartment together after the battle. Reporters started speculating about who you were and why you were with me. I couldn't let them make up their own theories, so I improvised." He paused, glancing briefly at Nezu, who intervened calmly. You told them you were her boyfriend, Izuku. And that you'd been training in America under Star and Stripes, arriving in the country just before the battle. Izuku blinked, clearly processing the words slowly. What? He finally said, his voice low but thick with disbelief. Yu raised his hands, trying to calm him before he could continue. I'm sorry, Izuku. It was the first thing that came to mind. I didn't want the media to create a scandal that could harm you or me. Izuku dropped his hands onto the table, his gaze fixed on Yu and then Nezu. And you thought telling them I'm your boyfriend would solve the problem? He asked, his tone firm but without obvious anger. Yu nodded, biting his lips slightly. Yes, because if I left it to their imagination, they could have said much worse things. This gives us some control over the narrative. Nezu intervened, his tone reasoned. That's true, Izuku. While it wasn't the ideal plan, Yu's improvisation prevented the media from exploiting the situation in a way that could have been far more damaging. Izuku leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment as he processed everything. Finally, he let out a sigh. Okay, I understand why you did it. Yu, visibly relieved, let out a sigh as she leaned her elbows on the table. Thanks, Izuku. I knew it was risky, but I didn't want the media to destroy you before you had a chance to show who you really are. Izuku looked at both of them, his expression now more relaxed although still thoughtful. I guess I can't stop the media from continuing with this, but I need to know what we're going to do now. Nezu nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. The first thing is to stick to the narrative Yu has created. If anyone questions your legitimacy, we can rely on the idea that you're in the process of being registered as an official hero. Yu added, and we also need to make sure they don't see you in public too much for now. The less exposure you have, the fewer questions they'll ask. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding the logic behind her words. Okay, I'll do whatever it takes to avoid further problems. Yu smiled slightly, though there was still some guilt in his expression. Thank you for understanding, Izuku. I promise I'll do everything I can to protect you. Izuku simply nodded, though his mind was still filled with questions about how to handle this new and complicated situation. Nezu, always meticulous in his planning, watched Izuku and Yu as he laid out his idea. Given the narrative Yu presented at the press conference, it's crucial that we maintain the illusion that you two are in a serious relationship. This will require you to live together for the time being. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the suggestion. Live together. Yu, for his part, tensed slightly, but showed no immediate objection. That makes sense, but what about this apartment? He asked, trying to steer the topic away. Nezu turned to Izuku. Your apartment isn't safe anymore. The media followed you and knows where you live. We can't risk reporters or others interfering in your personal life. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding the logic behind the decision. Okay, but where would we live? Yu shifted uncomfortably in her seat, clearly avoiding both of their gazes. Well, I guess we could go to my apartment, but... Nezu noticed her evasion immediately, and his tone softened. Is there something worrying you, Yu? Yu scratched the back of his head, looking away. It's just... my apartment isn't exactly in the best condition. I wasn't expecting company. In Yu's mind, he could perfectly visualize the mess he'd left his apartment in. Clothes strewn everywhere, takeout boxes piled up in the kitchen, and a stack of unopened mail. It was absolute chaos, something he didn't want Izuku or Nezu to see. I can't take them there. It would be humiliating, she thought as she tried to find a quick solution. Nezu, perceptive as always, noticed her discomfort. If your apartment needs some attention, I can send a team to clean it before you move out. Yu quickly shook his head, his tone hurried. No need. I can handle it. I just need a couple of hours, or days. Izuku looked at Yu, noticing his discomfort but not commenting on it. In his mind, he thought that after spending 2 years in the Shadow Realm, no domestic disaster could surprise him. I don't care what your apartment is like, he finally said, his tone sincere. I've been in worse places. Yu looked at him for a moment, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude for his response. Even so, let me take care of that before you come in. Finally, Nezu summed up the situation. So, here's what we'll do. You, take the time you need to organize your space. In the meantime, we'll organize a security team to monitor the surroundings and make sure the media doesn't follow Izuku. Izuku nodded, looking at Yu. Okay, I'll do whatever it takes to keep this narrative going. Yu sighed, still feeling the weight of responsibility, but grateful for his understanding. Thanks, Izuku. I promise I'll make this work. Nezu smiled slightly, satisfied with the group's resolution. This will be an interesting experiment. If all goes well, this arrangement could benefit both of us in unexpected ways, he thought as he looked at his two allies. When Izuku Midoriya arrived at Yu Takayama's supposed apartment, he was surprised to see that it wasn't just a simple apartment, but an entire floor. The large windows offered a stunning view of the city, and the luxurious finishes clearly reflected Yu's success as a professional hero. However, as Izuku moved to arrange his things, he couldn't help but notice something odd about Yu's behavior. His posture was rigid, and he constantly positioned himself in front of a specific door, as if trying to prevent him from opening it. Is everything okay, Yu? Izuku asked as he placed his bag on the couch. Yu gave a nervous laugh, waving a hand. Yes, of course, everything's fine. You don't need to worry about this room. It's not important. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly hesitant, but didn't press. As Izuku continued to settle in, a slight draft passed through the hallway, slightly moving the door behind Yu. The heroine, noticing, quickly tried to push it back, but the movement was in vain. With a slight creak, the door gave way, and what happened next was almost like a scene from a comedy movie. Piles of dirty clothes, empty takeout boxes, and other items overflowed from the room, flooding the apartment floor. Yu froze for a moment, his face reddening as he watched the disaster unfold in front of Izuku. Don't look, she exclaimed, waving her hands frantically as she tried to pick up some of the clothes. Izuku, for his part, watched the scene with a mixture of surprise and some restrained amusement. Well, now I understand why you didn't want me to see that room, he said, crossing his arms as he surveyed the chaos. Yu dropped to his knees, sighing deeply as he picked up a wrinkled t-shirt from the floor. I'm sorry, my schedule has been complicated, and I haven't had time to organize this, she admitted, avoiding looking directly at Izuku. Izuku let out a small laugh, but there was no mockery in his tone. It's not as bad as you think. I've seen much worse. Yu looked at him skeptically. Worse than this? Izuku nodded, pointing towards the mess. I spent 2 years hunting beasts in the Shadow Realm. Compared to that, this is just a domestic mess. Yu let out a nervous laugh, feeling some relief at her reaction. I guess you're right, but still, it's embarrassing. Without hesitation, Izuku rolled up his sleeves and began picking up some of the clothes and trash that littered the floor. What are you doing? Yu asked, clearly surprised. Helping. If we're going to live together, the least I can do is help you get this in order, Izuku replied calmly as he placed a pile of clothes in a corner. Yu remained silent for a moment, watching Izuku work without complaint. Finally, he let out a sigh and smiled slightly. Okay, but I'll help too. This is my mess, after all. With the two of them working together, they began to clean up the mess. Although the task seemed endless at first, little by little the apartment began to regain its order. Hours later, the apartment finally looked presentable. Yu, exhausted but satisfied, collapsed on the couch while Izuku packed the last few items into a box. Thank you, Izuku. You didn't have to do this, but I really appreciate it, Yu said, his tone sincere. Izuku simply nodded, dropping into a nearby chair. It's nothing. Besides, it's a more comfortable place for both of us now. Yu smiled, feeling an unexpected warmth in his chest. Maybe this isn't as complicated as I thought, she mused as she watched Izuku, who seemed to be adapting to the space. Yu had ordered Mexican food for dinner. As the two of them ate in the living room, Izuku began to notice a pattern. All the food packaging they'd thrown away during the cleanup had been takeout, and now Yu had ordered more. While chewing a taco, Izuku looked up at her, raising an eyebrow. Do you ever cook? He asked, his tone curious but non-judgmental. Yu stopped mid-bite, looking at him with a guilty smile. Cooking? Not exactly my talent, she admitted, letting out a small laugh. Between work and everything else, I just don't have time to cook. Izuku nodded slowly, taking note. Well, that explains the packaging. Yu let out a laugh, relaxing a little. Hey, don't judge me. At least I know how to pick good takeout. Izuku smiled slightly, though in his mind he was already thinking about how he could help with that in the future. After dinner, Izuku decided to take a shower to relax after a long day. As the warm water ran over his skin, he began to reflect on everything that had changed in his life since returning to the real world. He was deep in thought when he heard the soft sound of the bathroom door opening. Before he could react, Yu walked in, wrapped only in a towel, which she dropped to the floor as she walked toward him with a determined look on her face. "You," Izuku said, clearly surprised as he stepped back slightly. She didn't respond with words. Instead, she grabbed him by the back of the neck and kissed him passionately under the shower. Though surprised at first, Izuku couldn't help but kiss back after a moment. There was something about Yu's intensity, a mix of desire and warmth, that disarmed him. The warm water fell over them both, mingling with the passion of the moment. Yu wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck, her fingers running through his hair as the kiss deepened. Izuku, though still somewhat unsure of how to handle this new dynamic between them, allowed the moment to continue, resting his hands on Yu's waist as he held her close. When they finally broke apart to catch their breath, Yu looked at him with a mischievous smile but also something else, a vulnerability she rarely showed. If we're going to live together and maintain the image of a couple, why not take advantage of it? He said in a playful tone, although his expression was more serious than his words suggested. Izuku watched her for a moment before answering, his voice low but sincere. This isn't just for the image, right? Yu looked into his eyes, his expression softening as he nodded slowly. No, it isn't. Izuku let out a soft sigh, though there was no annoyance on his face. Then I guess we have a lot to discover together. Yu smiled, resting her forehead against his as the water continued to fall over them both. Yes, I guess so. The sun was just beginning to rise when Yu woke up, feeling a slight ache all over his body from the intense activity he had shared with Izuku the night before. Despite the discomfort, a small smile appeared on his lips as he watched him sleeping soundly beside him. Reaching for her phone, she saw it was 5 a.m. and she had several notifications from her agency. Opening the messages, she read that they needed her help with the city cleanup effort. Although Smintos had already confirmed her involvement in handling cement and rebuilding structures, they needed Mount Lady to move the larger debris with her giant form. With a sigh, Yu carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Izuku. He quickly dressed, grabbed a new spare phone he'd been stashing, and scribbled a hasty note before heading out. He left the note on the nightstand next to the new phone. Izuku, I was called early to help with the debris cleanup in the city. Smintos will be there, but they need my giant form to move the bigger stuff. I left this phone for you. Use it for whatever you need. See you later. Yu. With that, Yu left the apartment, ready to face a day full of physical labor and more public attention. A few hours later, Izuku woke up to the first rays of sunlight filling the room. Turning to the nightstand, he saw the note and phone number Yu had left for him. He sat up in bed, reading the note carefully before picking up his phone and turning it on. As he set it up, he reflected on how his life had changed drastically in the past few days. From battling Gigantomachia and All for One, to living with Mount Lady and pretending to be her boyfriend, he thought with a mixture of disbelief and acceptance. Despite the surreal nature of the situation, Izuku knew he had to adapt quickly. Meanwhile, Yu was already in the designated area for city cleanup. In her heroine costume and in her giant form, she moved large pieces of debris while civilians and reporters watched from a safe distance. Smintos, who was manipulating damaged structures to stabilize them, gave him a friendly smile as they worked. Thank you for coming so early, Mount Lady. This would have been much more difficult without your help. Yu nodded as he lifted a huge twisted steel beam. No problem. After all, we all have to do our part. Although she was focused on her work, her mind constantly returned to Izuku and how he was going to handle everything that was coming, both publicly and privately. As Mount Lady sat in a corner far from the rubble, holding a bottle of water, she began composing messages in a group chat she had created that morning with Nezu and Izuku. The purpose of the group was to coordinate how they would handle the public narrative from now on. Yu looked at his phone screen, quickly typing. How are we going to handle this? I can't be making things up at every press conference. We need something solid. A few seconds later, Nezu responded, his tone calm even through text. Nezu, I'm already working on it. I've contacted Melissa Shield at Island. With Star and Stripe's death, validating Izuku's story will be easier. The loss of information between American and Japanese heroes works in our favor. Izuku, who was setting up his new phone, saw the message and read it silently before replying. Izuku, Melissa Shield, who is she? Nezu was quick to explain. Nezu, she's a brilliant scientist and the daughter of Toshinori's friend, David Shield. Her reputation and access to systems on Island will help us build a legitimate record for you. If she validates your training in America, no one will question it. Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he read the message. That sounds perfect. At least we won't have to improvise every time someone asks a question. While waiting for Izuku's answers, Nezu continued to detail his plan. Nezu, Melissa can also provide false records proving you were trained in a special program designed by Stars and Stripes. We'll ensure those documents are backed by their validation system at Island, which will be virtually unquestionable. Izuku nodded to himself as he read. Although the idea of a fabricated identity made him a little uncomfortable, he understood that it was necessary to protect himself and those close to him. Izuku, okay, tell me what I have to do. Yu smiled as she read his response, though a bit of guilt still weighed on her mind for having started this narrative without consulting him first. Thanks for understanding, Izuku. This will make things easier for everyone. With Nezu's strategy in place, Yu felt more at ease, although she knew there was still much to be resolved. As she got up to return to work, she sent one last message. Izuku, when I'm done here, I'll talk to you in person to make sure you're okay with everything. Nezu added, always efficient. Nezu, in the meantime, I'll stay in touch with Melissa to expedite the process. I'll let you know as soon as I have an update. Izuku responded with a simple statement. Izuku, okay, see you later. With that, the group disconnected momentarily, each returning to their tasks as they prepared to face the next chapter of this complicated but necessary strategy. As Yu Takayama put away her phone after coordinating with Nezu and Izuku, she didn't notice that a group of reporters had already begun surrounding her. Armed with microphones and cameras, they quickly approached, each trying to stand out from the others. Mount Lady, where's the spear boy? What can you tell us about him? Is it true that you are being investigated for your actions? Yu sighed internally as she adjusted her posture, already accustomed to these types of situations, but now carrying the added pressure of protecting the narrative they had created. Listen, I know you all want to know more about him, but for now, he's focused on sorting out his hero record, she replied in a firm but professional tone. The reporters, however, did not give up. Is it true that you were training in America? Why hasn't it been officially presented? Is he really your boyfriend, like you said at the press conference? Yu raised a hand, urging calm as he spoke. Yes, he was training in America under the supervision of Star and Stripes. His training was intense, and he only arrived in the country before the battle. That's why he hasn't had time to officially introduce himself. A reporter, with a sly smile, added, but if you're sorting out your search, why aren't you here helping with the rubble? Yu maintained his composure, knowing that any hint of hesitation could trigger more difficult questions. Because he needs to focus entirely on the administrative procedures. I know everyone wants to see him, but I assure you, when he's ready, he'll make his official debut and answer your questions. The reporters continued to ask questions, but Yu, drawing on her experience as a professional hero, managed to handle the situation with clear and measured answers. Finally, after a few minutes, she managed to clear the media and return to work. As he lifted another pile of rubble with his giant form, Yu reflected on the interaction with the reporters. I can't keep up this facade forever. I hope Nezu has everything ready with Melissa soon. Izuku needs an official introduction to the public, but we can't rush it. She thought as she placed the pile in a safe area. Despite the pressure, Yu knew he had done the right thing by diverting attention, but the weight of the lie continued to grow. This is just the beginning, she thought as she returned to work, already planning how to explain all this to Izuku when he returned home. In her room at the psychiatric hospital, Inko Midoriya sat in front of the television, her face lit with a new hope she hadn't felt in years. Izuku, her beloved son, had returned the day before. Although she still had questions about where he'd been and what had happened, simply knowing he was alive and safe had brought light back into her life. While flipping through a magazine a nurse had left her, the news on television caught her attention. The Mount Lady press conference continues to generate controversy. Inko put the magazine aside, focusing completely on the screen as Yu Takayama's press conference was broadcast. Inko listened attentively as Mount Lady He was speaking to reporters, answering questions about the mysterious, Red Spear boy. Although his tone was confident and convincing, Inko, with a mother's natural instinct, was able to detect the truth. He's lying. This is all to protect him, she thought, frowning slightly. However, when one of the reporters brought out photos of Yu entering the apartment with Izuku, Inko froze for a moment. The images clearly showed her son. Izuku, what's going on? He wondered, putting a hand to his chest. As Yu answered the questions, claiming that Izuku was her boyfriend, and that he had been training in America, Inko couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, confusion, worry, and slight disbelief. Boyfriend, with Mount Lady, and training in America, she thought, trying to process all the information. For a moment, her maternal instinct led her to worry that Izuku was being used or manipulated. But then she remembered her son's calm, steady tone when she'd seen him the day before. No, Izuku wouldn't allow something like that. This is part of something bigger, she told herself, trying to calm down. Turning off the television, Inko sat silently, staring out her bedroom window. Although Mount Lady's words seemed unbelievable, she knew there was more to it than the media could see. Whatever it is, I'm sure Izuku is doing what he thinks is right. But still, I need to know more. I need to understand what's really going on. With this determination, Inko decided that as soon as she was ready to leave the hospital, she would seek answers directly from her son. Until then, she would trust that he was in good hands, even if the circumstances were more complicated than she expected. As Inko Midoriya pondered the Mount Lady press conference, the door to her room slowly opened. Glancing up, her worried expression instantly vanished as she saw her son, Izuku, standing in the doorway. Izuku, she whispered, her face breaking into a smile as tears of relief filled her eyes. Izuku, wearing dark but comfortable clothes, entered the room with quiet steps, closing the door behind him. "Hi, Mom," he said with a small smile, his voice soft but full of warmth. Inko reached out, and in an instant, Izuku was hugging her, holding her gently but firmly. Even though he'd already returned, every time she saw him seemed like a miracle to her. After a few moments, they separated, and Izuku took a seat next to the bed, holding his mother's hand. "How are you feeling today?" he asked, looking at his mother with genuine concern. Inko smiled, nodding softly. "Much better now that you're here," he replied, though there was a slight hesitation in his tone, as if something else was on his mind. Izuku noticed this immediately, but before he could ask, Inko looked straight at him. "Izuku, I need to ask you something." "Sure, whatever." Inko took a deep breath before speaking. "I saw the Mount Lady press conference. I know most of what she said is a lie, because I know where you've actually been, but I need to know if it's true that you're her boyfriend." Izuku blinked, clearly surprised by the direct question. For a moment, Izuku looked away, trying to find the right words. Finally, he decided to be honest. "It wasn't my idea, Mom," he said, looking back at her. "The reporters showed pictures of you, of Mount Lady and me entering my apartment, and she had to improvise. She said we were a couple to divert media attention and protect me." Inko looked at him with a mixture of relief and concern. "So it's not real, or is it?" Izuku put a hand to the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable. "It's complicated. We've spent time together, and I think we're both trying to figure out what all this means. But for now, the most important thing is to maintain the narrative she created to avoid problems." Inko nodded slowly, processing his words. Izuku, I just want to make sure you don't get into trouble now that you're back. You've been through so much already. I don't want anyone to use you or take advantage of you. Izuku gently squeezed his mother's hand, his gaze filled with determination. I know, Mom, and I promise I'm being careful. She's doing this to protect me, not to hurt me. Inko watched him for a moment before nodding, trusting his judgment. Okay, but if something isn't right, I want you to tell me, okay? Izuku smiled, leaning down to kiss her forehead. I will, I promise. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as they continued talking. For Inko, Izuku's visit was a much-needed respite, a connection that gave her the strength to keep going. And for Izuku, simply being with his mother helped him remember why he'd decided to return to the real world. They both knew there were challenges ahead, but at that moment, just being together was enough. To be continued. If you have watched till the end, drop red hearts in the comments so I can know. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.